Imagine a superpower that went toe-to-toe with the mighty pharaohs of Egypt, a kingdom of iron-wielding warriors and master diplomats who signed what is widely considered the world's very first peace treaty. They built a capital so formidable it was thought to be impregnable. And then they vanished. So completely that for thousands of years their existence was questioned, often dismissed as little more than a name in biblical texts. This is the story of the Hittite Empire, how they rose to challenge the ancient world, and how they were nearly erased from history in a mysterious cataclysm that brought an entire age to its knees. To understand the Hittites, we must begin in the Anatolian highlands. This was a land of rugged plateaus, steep valleys, and mountains that stretched across what is now modern-day Turkey. The winters could be harsh, the summers dry, and survival required resilience. In this landscape, stone fortresses guarded the approaches to fertile plains. In the markets of early settlements, the hum of trade could be heard as merchants exchanged grain, livestock, and metals, linking Anatolia to the wider networks of Mesopotamia and the Levant. For centuries, Anatolia was divided into small city-states. Each had its own ruler, its own traditions, and its own ambitions. They competed for resources, for land, and for influence. But in time, one city would rise above the rest. That city was Hattusa. Perched on a rocky outcrop and surrounded by walls of stone, Hattusa would become the beating heart of the Hittite Empire. Its location was strategic, controlling trade routes and offering natural defenses that made it an ideal capital. The early kings of the Hittites are not well known. Much of what we know comes from later records, pieced together by archaeologists and linguists who reconstructed their story. Among these early rulers, one name stands out: Hattusili I. It was under his leadership that the scattered city-states of Anatolia began to unify. He forged alliances, waged wars, and laid the foundations of an empire that would endure for centuries. His reign marked the beginning of a dynasty that would shape the destiny of the Hittite people. For much of recorded history, the Hittites were forgotten. Their cities lay in ruins, their language unspoken, their achievements erased from memory. When scholars in the 19th century uncovered strange inscriptions in Anatolia, they did not at first realize what they had found. It took decades of study before the Hittites emerged from the shadows of history. Today, we know them as one of the great powers of the Late Bronze Age, standing alongside Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria. The rediscovery of the Hittites was a slow process. Archaeologists uncovered tablets written in a script that was unfamiliar. Linguists worked tirelessly to decode the language, eventually identifying it as Indo-European, making it one of the earliest known examples of that language family. This discovery was groundbreaking, linking the Hittites to a linguistic tradition that would stretch across Europe and parts of Asia. The tablets revealed laws, treaties, and royal decrees, offering a window into a civilization that had once been lost. The Hittites were not the oldest civilization of their time. They did not build monuments as massive as the pyramids of Egypt, nor did they leave behind ziggurats like those of Mesopotamia. Yet they became a force that could not be ignored. Their strength lay in a combination of military power and diplomatic skill. They were among the first to make widespread use of iron, giving them weapons that were stronger and more durable than those of their rivals. They also mastered the use of chariots, which became a symbol of their military might. But the Hittites were not only warriors, they were also negotiators, capable of forging treaties that secured their place in the international order of the ancient Near East. Their most famous treaty, signed with Ramses II of Egypt after the Battle of Kadesh, is considered the world's first recorded peace treaty. This achievement highlights their ability to balance war with diplomacy, ensuring their survival in a world dominated by powerful rivals. As we move deeper into their story, we will see how the Hittites expanded their influence into Syria, how they clashed with Egypt at Kadesh, and how they eventually signed that historic treaty. We will explore their daily life, their laws, their religion, and their art. And we will trace the path that led them to their mysterious collapse during the great upheaval known as the Bronze Age collapse. But for now, let us linger in the highlands of Anatolia, where their story began. The rediscovery of the Hittites changed how we understand the ancient world. For centuries, historians believed that the great powers of the Late Bronze Age were limited to Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria, The Hittites were little more than a vague reference in biblical texts, often dismissed as a minor people with no lasting influence. But as archaeologists uncovered more evidence, it became clear that the Hittites were not only real, but that they had once stood as equals to the most powerful kingdoms of their time. Their empire stretched across Anatolia and into Syria, controlling vital trade routes and commanding respect on the international stage. The Hittites were skilled administrators. They developed a system of law that reflected both order and pragmatism. Their legal codes covered property rights, contracts, and punishments, showing a society that valued structure and fairness. Unlike some of their neighbors, their laws often emphasized compensation rather than harsh physical penalties. This approach reveals a civilization that sought balance, one that understood the importance of stability in a diverse and expanding empire. Religion was central to Hittite life. They worshipped a vast pantheon of gods, many of whom were borrowed or adapted from neighboring cultures. This religious syncretism reflected their position at the crossroads of civilizations. Storm gods, sun deities, and fertility figures filled their temples, and rituals were carefully recorded on clay tablets. The king himself was seen as the chief priest, responsible for maintaining harmony between the gods and the people. This blending of traditions created a culture that was both flexible and deeply rooted in ritual. The Hittites were also remarkable for their diplomacy. They understood that power was not only measured on the battlefield, but also at the negotiating table. Their archives contain records of treaties, alliances, and correspondence with other rulers. These documents reveal a world where kings addressed each other as brothers, where gifts were exchanged, and where marriages were arranged to secure peace. The Hittites mastered this system of international relations, ensuring that their empire could endure even when wars drained their resources. One of the most striking aspects of Hittite culture was their use of language. They wrote in cuneiform, using clay tablets to record everything from royal decrees to myths and prayers. Their language, now known as Hittite, is the earliest attested Indo-European language. This discovery linked them to a linguistic family that would eventually spread across much of Europe and parts of Asia. The survival of these texts allows us to hear their voices across millennia, offering a rare glimpse into the thoughts and concerns of a long-vanished people. Daily life in the Hittite Empire was shaped by both tradition and necessity. Farmers worked the land, growing barley, wheat, and grapes. Herds of cattle and sheep provided food, clothing, and trade goods. Artisans crafted pottery, tools, and weapons, while scribes recorded transactions and preserved the words of kings. In the cities, markets bustled with activity, filled with the sounds of bargaining and the smells of food and livestock. Life was not easy, but it was organized, and it reflected the resilience of a people who had carved out a place in a challenging landscape. The Hittites were also builders. Their capital, Hattusa, was surrounded by massive stone walls that stretched for miles, punctuated by gates decorated with lions and sphinxes. Inside the city, temples and palaces rose above the streets, symbols of both power and devotion. The scale of these constructions demonstrated the resources and organization of the empire. Even today, the ruins of Hattusa stand as a testament to their ambition and their ability to shape stone into enduring monuments. As the Hittite Empire grew, it inevitably came into conflict with other powers. Their expansion into Syria brought them into direct rivalry with Egypt, which also sought control of the region. This rivalry would eventually lead to one of the most famous battles of the ancient world, the Battle of Kadesh. But before that confrontation, the Hittites had already proven themselves as a formidable force, capable of defeating enemies and absorbing new territories into their realm. Their empire was not only vast but also diverse, encompassing many peoples and cultures under Hittite rule. The story of the Hittites is not only about kings and battles. It is also about the ordinary people who lived within their empire. Farmers, soldiers, merchants, and priests all played a role in sustaining the state. Their lives may not have been recorded in detail, but the traces they left behind, tools, pottery, and inscriptions remind us that history is built on the efforts of countless individuals. The Hittite Empire was more than its rulers. It was a society that endured for centuries, adapting to challenges and leaving a legacy that would only be rediscovered thousands of years later. The rivalry between the Hittites and the Egyptians reached its peak at the Battle of Kadesh. This battle, fought in the 13th century BCE, was one of the largest chariot battles in history. The Hittites, under King Muwatalli II, faced the forces of Ramses II of Egypt. Both sides claimed victory, but in truth, the battle ended in a stalemate. Neither empire could fully dominate the other, and the conflict revealed the limits of their power. What followed, however, was even more significant than the battle itself. In the aftermath of Kadesh, the Hittites and Egyptians chose diplomacy over endless war. They signed a treaty that is now recognized as the world's first recorded peace treaty, written in both Egyptian hieroglyphs and Hittite cuneiform. The treaty pledged mutual defense and lasting peace between the two powers. Copies of this treaty survive to this day, and a replica hangs in the United Nations headquarters as a symbol of humanity's long search for peace. This achievement demonstrates the Hittite skill not only as warriors, but also as statesmen who understood the value of stability. The period that followed was the golden age of the Hittite Empire. Their influence stretched across Anatolia and deep into the Levant. They controlled trade routes that connected the Aegean to Mesopotamia, and their vassal states provided both tribute and loyalty. The empire was held together by a combination of military strength, diplomacy, and a system of governance that allowed local rulers to maintain some autonomy while recognizing the authority of the Hittite king. This balance created a network of power that sustained the empire for generations. Trade flourished during this time. Tin, copper, and iron moved through Hittite lands, fueling both their economy and their military. Agricultural production supported growing populations, while artisans produced goods that reflected both local traditions and foreign influences. The Hittites stood at the crossroads of civilizations, and their culture absorbed elements from Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Aegean. This exchange enriched their society and made them a central player in the interconnected world of the Late Bronze Age. Yet, even at the height of their power, the seeds of decline were being sown. The empire faced pressures from within and without. Rival powers continued to challenge their borders, while internal struggles weakened the unity of the state. Famine and resource shortages strained the population. The very networks that had once sustained the empire also made it vulnerable, as disruptions in trade and alliances could quickly destabilize the system. The final blow came during the great upheaval known as the Bronze Age collapse. Around the 12th century BCE, a wave of destruction swept across the eastern Mediterranean. The so-called Sea Peoples attacked coastal cities, while drought and famine devastated agriculture. Internal rebellions further weakened the Hittite state. Hattusa, the proud capital, was abandoned and left in ruins. The empire that had once rivaled Egypt and Babylon disappeared from history, leaving behind only fragments of memory and scattered ruins. For centuries afterward, the Hittites were forgotten. Their names survived only in biblical references, and their achievements were lost to time. It was not until the discoveries of the 19th and 20th centuries that their story was pieced together again. Archaeologists uncovered their cities, their tablets, and their monuments, revealing a civilization that had once stood at the center of the ancient world. The rediscovery of the Hittites reshaped our understanding of history, reminding us that even great empires can vanish, only to be remembered much later. The story of the Hittites is a reminder of both the strength and fragility of human societies. They rose from obscurity to build an empire that rivaled the greatest powers of their age. They mastered war and diplomacy, law and religion, trade and culture. And yet, they fell victim to the same forces that have undone so many civilizations: conflict, scarcity, and the relentless pressures of change. Their legacy endures not in living descendants or continuous tradition, but in the lessons we can draw from their rise and fall. When we look at the ruins of Hattusa, at the lion gates and the broken walls, we see more than stone. We see the echoes of a people who once commanded armies, signed treaties, and worshipped gods whose names are now half forgotten. We see the traces of farmers, merchants, and scribes who lived ordinary lives within the framework of an extraordinary empire. And we are reminded that history is not only about monuments and kings, but about the countless individuals whose efforts sustained a civilization. The Hittites hold a place in the web of ancient civilizations. They stood alongside Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria, shaping the politics and culture of their time. Their story connects us to the broader narrative of the Bronze Age, an era of both achievement and collapse. By studying the Hittites, we gain insight into the forces that shape human history, ambition, resilience, creativity, and vulnerability. Their empire may have vanished, but their story continues to speak, reminding us of the enduring patterns of rise and fall that define our shared past. Before we continue deeper into the story of the Hittites, I want to pause for a moment. This channel was created as a quiet space, a place where history can be experienced without hurry, without noise, and without the pressure of needing to remember every detail. If you are here to learn, you are welcome. If you are here to relax, you are welcome. And if you are here simply to drift into sleep while the past unfolds softly in your ears, you are welcome too. I know that many of you arrive here at the end of long days. Perhaps your mind is still racing with thoughts of work, of study, or of responsibilities that never seem to end. Perhaps you are searching for a voice that can slow the pace, a story that can carry you away from the present moment and into another time. That is what I hope to offer you here. A calm rhythm, a gentle unfolding of history, a reminder that the past can be a place of rest as well as discovery. So if you find yourself enjoying this journey, I invite you to subscribe. Not because numbers matter, not because algorithms demand it, but because subscribing means you are choosing to return to this quiet corner whenever you need it. It means that when the world feels heavy, you will know there is a place waiting for you, where the stories of the past are told softly, with care, and with respect for your peace of mind. And if you are listening now with your eyes already growing heavy, that is perfectly fine. You do not need to stay awake for every word. You do not need to catch every detail. History will still be here tomorrow. The Hittites will still be waiting. The ruins of Hattusa will not crumble any further in the night. If your body is asking for rest, let it rest. Let the words wash over you like a tide, carrying you gently towards sleep. For those who are still awake, let me tell you why this invitation matters. In a world filled with constant noise, it is rare to find spaces that encourage stillness. Most of what we consume is designed to excite, to provoke, to demand our attention. But here, the goal is different. Here, the goal is to slow down, to breathe. To remember that history is not only about battles and kings, but also about the quiet lives of ordinary people. People who, like us, sought comfort, safety, and meaning in their days. When you subscribe, you are not only supporting this channel, you are helping to build a community of listeners who value gentleness. A community that understands that learning does not need to be rushed, that rest is not wasted time, that drifting off to sleep while listening to history is not a failure, but a kind of success, because it means you have found a place where your mind feels safe enough to let go. So I invite you now, take a deep breath. Let your shoulders relax. Notice the weight of your body against the bed, or the chair, or wherever you are resting. Allow yourself to be here, in this moment, without judgment. If you wish, press the button to subscribe. If you wish, simply close your eyes and listen. Either way, you are part of this story now. Our story begins in the rugged highlands of Anatolia, what is now modern-day Turkey. Around 1700 BCE, a new power began to stir. These were the Hittites, an Indo-European people who arrived in a land already home to ancient cultures. And from this melting pot, they forged a new identity and a ferocious ambition. The land they entered was not empty. Anatolia had long been a crossroads of civilizations. The Hattians, an indigenous people, had already established towns and traditions. To the south, the Hurrians were rising in influence. To the east, Mesopotamia's great powers, Babylon and Assyria, watched the frontiers. To the west, the Aegean world was beginning to stir. Into this complex landscape came the Hittites, carrying with them a language that would one day be recognized as the earliest written Indo-European tongue. They did not erase the cultures they encountered. Instead, they absorbed them, blending Hattian deities with their own, adopting cuneiform writing from Mesopotamia. and weaving together a hybrid civilization that was both new and deeply rooted in the traditions of the land. The architect of this new power was a king named Hattusili I. Around 1650 BCE, he united the region's warring city-states under a single banner, establishing his capital at the city of Hattusa. The choice of Hattusa was deliberate. Perched on a rocky outcrop, surrounded by steep valleys and natural defenses, it was a fortress city. From its walls, one could survey the surrounding plains and control the trade routes that threaded through Anatolia. Hattusili understood that geography was power, and by anchoring his kingdom in Hattusa, he gave the Hittites both security and a platform for expansion. Hattusili was more than a warlord. He was a strategist who saw the value of both conquest and consolidation. His campaigns pushed southward into Syria, where the wealthy city of Aleppo became a target. Aleppo was not only a prize in itself, but also a gateway to the riches of Mesopotamia. Controlling it meant access to trade, tribute, and influence. Hattusili's armies marched through rugged terrain, clashing with rivals and testing the resilience of his new kingdom. Each victory added to his prestige, but each defeat reminded him of the fragility of power. The Hittites were learning the art of empire. They were not the first to attempt it, nor would they be the last, but their approach was distinctive. They did not simply conquer and destroy. They sought to integrate. Captured cities were often left with their local rulers in place, provided they swore loyalty to the Hittite king. This system of vassalage allowed the Hittites to extend their reach without overextending their resources. It also created a network of alliances that could be both a strength and a weakness, depending on the loyalty of those bound by oath. Hattusili's reign was not without turmoil. His own family became a source of conflict. Succession was never simple in the ancient world, and the Hittites were no exception. Toward the end of his life, Hattusili faced rebellion from within his own household. His nephew, whom he had once designated as heir, turned against him. In his final years, Hattusili dictated a political testament, a remarkable document that survives to this day. In it, he recounted his achievements, justified his decisions, and named his grandson, Mursili, as his successor. It was both a record of his reign and a warning to the future. Power must be guarded not only against external enemies, but also against betrayal from within. See, Mursili I inherited both the throne and the ambitions of his grandfather. If Hattusili had laid the foundations of empire, Mursili would test its limits. Around 1595 BCE, he launched one of the most audacious campaigns of the ancient world. Leading his army across more than 1,000 miles of hostile territory, he struck at the very heart of Mesopotamia. His target was Babylon, the great city that had flourished under Hammurabi and his successors. Babylon was a symbol of power, wealth, and culture. To attack it was to challenge the established order of the ancient Near East. The March itself was a feat of endurance. The Hittite army had to cross mountains, rivers, and deserts, navigating lands controlled by rivals and potential enemies. Supply lines stretched thin, and every step carried the risk of ambush. Yet Mursili pressed on, driven by ambition and the desire to make his mark on history. When the Hittites finally reached Babylon, they did the unthinkable. They breached its defenses, sacked the city, and brought an end to the dynasty that Hammurabi had founded. The fall of Babylon sent shockwaves across the ancient world. It was not merely a military victory. It was a statement. The Hittites, once a rising power on the fringes, had struck at the very core of Mesopotamian civilization. They had toppled a dynasty that had seemed unassailable. For a brief moment, the Hittites stood at the pinnacle of power, their name spoken with awe and fear from Anatolia to the Persian Gulf. And yet, Mursili's triumph was short-lived. On his return to Hattusa, he was assassinated, the victim of palace intrigue. The empire he had expanded so dramatically was plunged into chaos. Factions vied for control, and the unity that Hattusili had forged began to fracture. The Hittites had proven their strength, but they had also revealed their vulnerability. An empire built on ambition could be undone by betrayal. The assassination of Mursili marked the beginning of a turbulent period in Hittite history. Kings rose and fell in quick succession, often meeting violent ends. The throne became a prize contested not only by royal heirs but also by ambitious generals and courtiers. Civil war and instability weakened the kingdom, leaving it vulnerable to external threats. Neighboring powers watched closely, ready to exploit the Hittites' weakness. Yet even in this time of turmoil, the foundations laid by Hattusili and Mursili endured. The capital at Hattusa remained a symbol of unity. The system of vassalage, though strained, continued to link the Hittites to their allies. The memory of Babylon's fall lingered, a reminder of what the Hittites were capable of when united. Slowly, painfully, the kingdom began to recover. New rulers emerged, some more capable than others, and the cycle of decline and renewal played out as it had in so many ancient states. What made the Hittites remarkable was not only their military achievements, but also their resilience. They faced internal strife, external enemies, and the constant challenges of ruling a diverse and sprawling territory. Yet they endured. They adapted. They learned from their failures as much as from their successes. The story of their early empire is not a tale of unbroken triumph, but of struggle, recovery, and persistence. In the centuries that followed, the Hittites would rise again, stronger and more stable. They would refine their system of governance, codify their laws, and expand their influence across the Near East. But those later achievements were built on the foundations laid in this first era of empire, the campaigns of Hattusili and Mursili, the struggles of succession, the lessons of both victory and defeat. All of these shaped the character of the Hittite state. Forging an empire is never easy. It requires vision, determination, and the ability to navigate both the battlefield and the palace. The Hittites, in their early years, demonstrated all of these qualities. They were ambitious, daring, and often ruthless. But they were also pragmatic, willing to adapt and incorporate the traditions of others. In this balance of strength and flexibility lay the secret of their endurance. As we look back on this first chapter of Hittite history, we see a people who emerged from obscurity to challenge the great powers of their age. We see kings who dreamed of conquest and glory, and who paid the price for their ambition. We see a kingdom that wavered between unity and chaos, yet never collapsed entirely. And we see the beginnings of an empire that would one day stand as one of the great powers of the ancient world. The death of Mursili I was a turning point. His assassination did not simply remove a king. It shattered the fragile unity that his grandfather Hattusili had worked so hard to build. The throne of Hattusa became a prize, and with it came the ambitions of generals, courtiers, and rival branches of the royal family. The young empire, which had just demonstrated its power by striking down Babylon, now seemed vulnerable from within. The years that followed were marked by turbulence. Kings rose and fell in rapid succession, many of them meeting violent ends. The Hittite throne was not yet bound by a clear system of succession, and this uncertainty created opportunities for intrigue. Brothers turned against brothers, nephews against uncles, and the palace became as dangerous as the battlefield. The empire's enemies watched closely, waiting for the moment when internal strife would weaken the Hittites beyond repair. Yet even in this period of chaos, the Hittites endured. The capital at Hattusa remained the symbolic heart of the kingdom. Its walls, its temples, and its archives reminded the people of their shared identity. The memory of Babylon's fall lingered, a reminder that the Hittites were capable of extraordinary feats when united. This memory acted as both a warning and an inspiration. It warned of the dangers of division, but it also inspired new rulers to reclaim the glory of their predecessors. One of the most significant figures to emerge from this turbulent era was Telepinu. He came to power in the mid-16th century BCE, at a time when the kingdom was still reeling from instability. Telepinu is remembered not for great conquests, but for something equally important, reform. He recognized that the constant assassinations and coups were tearing the kingdom apart. To address this, he issued what is now known as the Edict of Telepinu, a remarkable document that sought to bring order to the succession process. The Edict of Telepinu laid out rules for inheritance, attempting to create a clear line of succession that would reduce the temptation for rivals to seize the throne by force. It also recounted the history of the early Hittite kings, offering a narrative of rise, triumph, and decline. In doing so, it served both as a legal code and as a moral lesson. Telepinu was reminding his people of the dangers of ambition unchecked by law, and of the need for stability if the kingdom was to survive. This focus on law and order reveals something essential about the Hittites. They were not only warriors and conquerors, they were also administrators and lawmakers. Their survival depended not only on the strength of their armies, but also on the strength of their institutions. The Edict of Telepinu did not end all conflict, but it provided a framework that later kings could build upon. It was a step toward transforming the Hittite kingdom from a fragile coalition into a more durable state. While Telepinu worked to stabilize the throne, the external position of the Hittites was more precarious. Their influence in Syria, gained through the campaigns of Hattusili and Mursili, began to wane. Rival powers, including the Hurrians and the rising kingdom of Mitanni, pressed into the region. The Hittites were forced to retreat from some of their southern holdings, focusing instead on consolidating their power in Anatolia. This was not a time of expansion, but of survival. And yet, survival itself was an achievement. Many kingdoms of the ancient Near East rose quickly and fell just as quickly. The Hittites, despite their internal strife and external setbacks, managed to endure. They preserved their capital, their traditions, and their identity. They learned from their mistakes, adapting their political system to reduce the risk of endless coups. In this way, the turbulence of the 16th century BCE became a crucible in which the Hittite state was tested and strengthened. The resilience of the Hittites can also be seen in their culture. Even during times of political instability, they continued to develop their legal codes, their religious practices, and their art. Their pantheon of gods grew as they absorbed deities from neighboring cultures, reflecting their openness to influence and their pragmatic approach to religion. Their scribes continued to record treaties, prayers, and myths on clay tablets, preserving a written tradition that would one day allow modern scholars to reconstruct their history. It is easy to imagine that the years after Mursili's assassination were nothing but decline, but the reality is more complex. The Hittites were not simply collapsing, they were transforming. They were learning how to govern a diverse and often fractious kingdom. They were discovering that conquest alone could not sustain an empire. They needed laws, institutions, and traditions that could outlast the ambitions of any single king. This period also highlights the dual nature of Hittite power. On the one hand, they were fierce warriors, capable of marching across 1,000 miles to sack Babylon. On the other hand, they were pragmatic rulers, willing to compromise, to adapt, and to codify rules that would limit even their own authority. This balance between force and flexibility would become a defining feature of the Hittite Empire in the centuries to come. By the end of the 16th century BCE, the Hittites had weathered their storm. They were no longer the reckless conquerors who had shocked the world by toppling Babylon. They were something different now, a kingdom tempered by crisis, cautious but enduring. The stage was set for a new era, one in which the Hittites would rise again, stronger and more stable, ready to take their place among the great powers of the Late Bronze Age. The forging of an empire is not a straight line. It is not a simple story of rise and fall. It is a process of trial and error, of victories and defeats, of chaos and recovery. The Hittites, in their early centuries, embodied this process. They stumbled, they fought, they reformed, and they endured. And in doing so, they laid the groundwork for the empire that would one day rival Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria. By the time Telepinu's reforms had taken root, the Hittite kingdom was no longer the reckless young power that had once shocked the world by toppling Babylon. It had become something more cautious, more deliberate, and in many ways, more enduring. The turbulence of assassinations and coups had forced the Hittites to recognize that conquest alone could not sustain them. They needed rules, traditions, and institutions that could outlast the ambitions of any single king. The Edict of Telepinu was not a cure-all. Succession disputes did not vanish overnight, nor did palace intrigue disappear. But the edict provided a framework, a sense of order that future rulers could invoke when legitimacy was questioned. It was a reminder that the throne was not merely a prize to be seized, but a responsibility to be inherited according to law. This shift in thinking was subtle but profound. It marked the beginning of a more stable political culture, one that would allow the Hittites to endure the challenges of the coming centuries. Externally, the Hittites faced new realities. Their influence in Syria had diminished, and the rising power of Mitanni threatened to dominate the region. To the east, Assyria was beginning to stir. To the south, Egypt remained a formidable presence. The Hittites could no longer rely on bold campaigns alone to secure their place. They needed to consolidate, to strengthen their heartland, and to prepare for the long game of survival among giants. This period of consolidation was not glamorous, but it was essential. The Hittites invested in their capital, Hattusa, reinforcing its walls and expanding its temples. They codified their laws, refining a legal system that emphasized compensation over brutality. They developed their administration, ensuring that taxes, tribute, and labor could be organized more effectively. These were not the dramatic victories of the battlefield, but they were victories nonetheless, victories of endurance, of patience, and of foresight. Religion continued to play a central role in binding the kingdom together. The Hittites maintained a vast pantheon, absorbing gods from the Hattians, the Hurrians, and other neighboring peoples. This inclusiveness was not only spiritual, but also political. By honoring the gods of conquered or allied peoples, the Hittite king signaled respect and sought to integrate diverse communities into their realm. The king himself was the chief priest, responsible for maintaining harmony between the divine and the human. In times of crisis, rituals and prayers were as important as armies and treaties. The Tamisi also continued to refine their military. They remained masters of the chariot, a weapon that symbolized both prestige and power. Their use of iron, though still limited in this early period, hinted at the technological edge that would one day set them apart. The lessons of Mursili's campaign against Babylon were not forgotten. The Hittites understood that bold strikes could bring glory, but they also understood the dangers of overreach. Their military strategy became more measured, balancing ambition with caution. As the 15th century BCE unfolded, the Hittites were no longer the fragile kingdom of assassinated kings and endless coups. They were a state that had survived its first great crisis and emerged stronger for it. Their borders were not as expansive as they had once been, but their foundations were firmer. They had laws to guide succession, institutions to manage governance, and traditions to unify their people. They had learned that empire is not forged in a single generation, but across many, through both triumph and trial. The forging of the Hittite Empire, then, was not a single event, but a process. It began with Hattusili I, who united the city-states of Anatolia and established Hattusa as the capital. It reached a dramatic climax with Mursili I, who marched across 1,000 miles to sack Babylon, and it endured through the turbulence that followed, as Telepinu and others sought to stabilize the throne and preserve the kingdom. Each stage added a layer to the Hittite identity: ambition, resilience, adaptability, and endurance. By the end of this formative period, the Hittites were ready for the next chapter of their history. They had survived assassination, civil war, and foreign pressure. They had learned to balance conquest with consolidation, force with law, and ambition with patience. They were no longer a rising power struggling to define itself. They were a kingdom with the foundations of an empire, prepared to take their place among the great powers of the late Bronze Age. The story of forging an empire is never simple. It is not a tale of unbroken victories or inevitable progress. It is a story of setbacks, of lessons learned, of resilience in the face of chaos. The Hittites, in their early centuries, embodied this truth. They stumbled, they fought, they reformed, and they endured. And in doing so, they laid the groundwork for an empire that would one day rival Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria, and sign the world's first recorded peace treaty. Their journey from obscurity to power was not smooth, but it was real, and it was lasting. Thus, the forging of the Hittite Empire was complete, not in the sense of finality, but in the sense of foundation. The stones had been laid, the walls raised, the laws written, and the identity formed. What came next would be expansion, diplomacy, and the great clashes of the late Bronze Age. But all of it rested on the struggles, the triumphs, and the resilience of these first generations. The Hittites had arrived, and they would not be forgotten again. So what made the Hittite army so feared? A big part of the answer comes down to a revolutionary piece of military technology: the chariot. The chariot was not a Hittite invention. Its origins lay further east, in the steppes and plains where horse and wheel first came together. By the 2nd millennium BCE, chariots had spread across the Near East, transforming the way wars were fought. Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Hurrians of Mitanni all adopted the chariot, using it primarily as a mobile archery platform. These early chariots were typically crewed by 2 men, a driver and an archer. The driver controlled the horses, while the archer rained arrows on the enemy from a distance. It was an effective system, but it had limitations. The Hittites saw those limitations and reimagined the chariot. Their innovation was deceptively simple. They added a 3rd man. This 3rd crew member was not another archer, but a spearman or shield bearer. His presence transformed the chariot from a ranged weapon into a shock weapon. Instead of hovering at the edges of battle, the Hittite chariot could plunge directly into enemy lines, smashing through infantry formations with speed and force. The driver kept the vehicle steady, the archer provided covering fire, and the spearman delivered devastating close-quarters attacks. This tactical edge was profound. Infantry, no matter how disciplined, struggled to hold formation when confronted with a wall of charging chariots. The thunder of hooves, the rattle of wheels, and the gleam of bronze weapons created a psychological effect as powerful as the physical impact. Soldiers who might stand firm against foot soldiers often broke and fled when faced with the oncoming storm of chariots. The Hittites also engineered their chariots differently. While Egyptian chariots were light and fast, designed for mobility and archery, Hittite chariots were sturdier, with a wider axle placed further back. This design gave them greater stability, especially when carrying 3 men. It also allowed them to absorb the shock of direct charges. In essence, the Hittite chariot was less a racing vehicle and more a tank of the Bronze Age, fast enough to maneuver, but strong enough to smash through enemy lines. The effectiveness of this design cannot be overstated. In the great battles of the late Bronze Age, thousands of chariots might take the field. The Hittites, with their 3-man crews, could bring more concentrated force to bear in each unit. 100 Hittite chariots meant not 200 men, but 300, each with a specialized role. This efficiency gave them a numerical and tactical advantage that multiplied their battlefield strength. But the chariot was more than just a weapon. It was a symbol. To ride in a chariot was to embody power, prestige, and divine favor. Kings rode in chariots, generals commanded from them, and gods themselves were imagined as riding in heavenly chariots across the sky. For the Hittites, whose storm god Terhunt was often depicted as a warrior in a chariot, the connection between divine power and military might was explicit. To unleash the chariots of Hattusa was to unleash the storm gods themselves. The Hittites' mastery of chariot warfare was supported by their control of resources. Anatolia was rich in metals, particularly copper and tin, the ingredients of bronze. Even more importantly, the Hittites were among the first to experiment with iron. Though iron weapons would not become widespread until centuries later, the Hittites' early use of the metal gave them an edge in durability and prestige. A Hittite warrior armed with an iron-tipped spear or sword was a formidable opponent, and when mounted on a chariot, he became a symbol of unstoppable force. Maintaining a chariot corps was no simple task. Horses had to be bred, trained, and cared for. Chariots had to be built, repaired, and supplied. Crews had to be drilled in coordination, learning to function as a single unit under the chaos of battle. This required organization, logistics, and discipline. The Hittites developed training manuals, some of which survive on clay tablets, detailing the care of horses and the techniques of chariotry. These texts reveal a society deeply invested in the science of war, treating it not as a matter of chance, but as a craft to be mastered. The psychological impact of the chariot charge was immense. Imagine standing in a line of infantry, shield in hand, as the ground begins to tremble. The sound of hooves grows louder, the dust rises, and suddenly a wall of horses and wheels is bearing down on you. Arrows whistle overhead, and then, at the moment of impact, spears thrust forward, shields crash, and men are thrown aside. Even the bravest soldiers could falter in the face of such an assault. The Hittites understood this, and they used it to devastating effect. The chariot also allowed for rapid movement across the battlefield. Commanders could reposition quickly, reinforcing weak points or exploiting breakthroughs. Messages could be carried faster, orders relayed more effectively. In an age before radios or even reliable signal systems, The mobility of the chariot gave the Hittites a command and control advantage. Their armies could respond more flexibly, adapting to the flow of battle in ways that slower-moving infantry armies could not. The Hittite chariot corps became the hammer of their military machine. Infantry still played a vital role, holding ground and supporting the chariots, but it was the chariots that delivered the decisive blows. Time and again, in the annals of Hittite campaigns, we read of chariots breaking enemy lines, scattering foes, and turning the tide of battle. They were the storm god's chosen weapon, and they made the Hittites a force to be reckoned with. Yet the chariot was not invincible. It required flat terrain to operate effectively. In mountains, forests, or marshes, chariots were less useful. They were also expensive to maintain, limiting the number that could be fielded. And as infantry tactics evolved with the development of longer spears, tighter formations, and better discipline, the dominance of the chariot would eventually be challenged. But in the centuries of Hittite power, the chariot reigned supreme. The Hittites' use of the chariot also influenced their diplomacy. Treaties often included clauses about the provision of horses or the restriction of chariot forces. Alliances were cemented by the exchange of chariot technology, and enemies feared the prospect of facing Hittite chariots in battle. The reputation of the Hittite army was as much a diplomatic tool as it was a military one. In the Great Clash at Kadesh in 1274 BCE, the Hittite chariot would face its ultimate test against the Egyptians under Ramses II. But long before that famous battle, the chariot had already secured the Hittites' place among the great powers of the ancient Near East. It was their innovation, their symbol, and their storm. The brilliance of the Hittite chariot corps did not lie only in its design. It lay also in the system that supported it. A chariot was not simply a vehicle. It was the product of an entire infrastructure of breeding, training, craftsmanship, and logistics. Without this foundation, the chariot would have been little more than a fragile cart. With it, the Hittites created a weapon of war that could dominate the battlefield. At the heart of this system were the horses. The Hittites were among the first to treat horse management as a science. Surviving clay tablets from Hattusa include detailed manuals on horse training, attributed to a master trainer named Kikuli, who may have been of Hurrian origin. These texts are extraordinary. They describe feeding regimens, exercise routines, and conditioning programs designed to prepare horses for the rigors of war. They even include instructions for alternating periods of rest and exertion, a recognition of the importance of endurance as well as speed. The Kikuli text reveals a sophistication that feels surprisingly modern. It prescribes interval training, careful attention to diet, and gradual increases in workload. Horses were not simply thrown into battle. They were prepared with the same care as elite athletes. This attention to detail gave the Hittites a cavalry arm that was not only powerful but also sustainable. Their horses could endure long campaigns, recover quickly, and perform reliably under the stress of combat. The chariots themselves were marvels of engineering. Constructed from wood, leather, and bronze fittings, they had to balance strength with lightness. The placement of the axle further back than in Egyptian designs gave them greater stability, especially when carrying 3 men. The wheels, often with 6 spokes, were reinforced to withstand the shock of impact. Every component had to be crafted with precision, for a broken wheel or snapped harness could mean disaster in the midst of battle. Maintaining a chariot corps required a constant supply of materials. Wood for the frames, leather for the harnesses, bronze for the fittings, and iron for the weapons all had to be sourced, transported, and worked by skilled artisans. This meant that the Hittite military machine was also an economic machine, drawing on the resources of Anatolia and the tribute of subject states. The empire's control of trade routes was not only about wealth, it was about sustaining the lifeblood of its armies. Training the crews was equally demanding. A chariot team was not simply 3 men thrown together. They had to function as a single organism, each role complementing the others. The driver needed to control the horses with precision, keeping the vehicle steady even at full gallop. The archer had to fire accurately while in motion, compensating for the jolt of the wheels. The spearman had to time his thrusts perfectly, striking at the moment of impact without unbalancing the chariot. This required endless drills, coordination, and trust. The bond between crew members was as important as their individual skills. In battle, hesitation could be fatal. The driver had to trust that the spearman would not overbalance the vehicle. The archer had to trust that the driver would keep him steady enough to aim. The spearman had to trust that the driver would bring him close enough to strike without exposing him to unnecessary danger. This interdependence created a sense of camaraderie and discipline that extended beyond the chariot corps to the army as a whole. The chariot was also a stage for kingship. Hittite kings were often depicted riding in chariots, not only as commanders but as embodiments of divine power. The storm god Tarhunt, the chief deity of the Hittite pantheon, was imagined as riding a chariot across the heavens, hurling thunderbolts like spears. When the king rode into battle in his chariot, he was not merely a man. He was the earthly counterpart of the storm god, bringing divine wrath upon his enemies. This symbolism was reinforced in ritual. Chariots were used in processions, festivals, and religious ceremonies. They were decorated with symbols of the gods, their wheels and harnesses adorned with motifs of the sun, the storm, and the sacred animals of the pantheon. To see a chariot was to see not only a weapon of war, but also a sacred vehicle, a reminder that the gods themselves sanctioned the Hittite cause. The psychological impact of this symbolism cannot be overstated. For Hittite soldiers, to march behind the king's chariot was to march under the protection of the storm god. For their enemies, to face the oncoming chariots was to face not only human warriors but the fury of heaven itself. The combination of practical effectiveness and religious meaning made the Hittite chariot a weapon of both body and spirit. The logistical demands of the chariot corps also shaped Hittite society. Breeding horses required pastures, fodder, and skilled handlers. Crafting chariots required carpenters, leather workers, and metal workers. Training crews required time, space, and discipline. All of this meant that the Hittite state had to mobilize resources on a large scale, integrating its economy, its labor force, and its political system into the service of war. The chariot was not just a battlefield weapon, it was the centerpiece of an entire military-industrial complex. This integration gave the Hittites resilience. Even when kings fell to assassination or coups, the machinery of the chariot corps continued to function. The horses were still bred, the chariots still built, the crews still trained. This continuity helped the Hittites survive periods of political instability. The throne might change hands, but the army remained, anchored by the chariot corps that embodied the strength of the state. The Hittites also used their chariots strategically, not only in pitched battles but in raids, campaigns, and demonstrations of power. A sudden appearance of Hittite chariots on the frontier could intimidate rivals into submission without a fight. The knowledge that the Hittites could mobilize such a force was itself a deterrent. In this way, the chariot was as much a tool of diplomacy as of war. As the 15th and 14th centuries BCE unfolded, the Hittite chariot corps became the backbone of their military identity. It was the hammer that secured their empire, the symbol that projected their power, and the storm that broke their enemies. The stage was being set for the great confrontations of the Late Bronze Age, when the chariots of the storm gods would clash with the chariots of Egypt in battles that would echo through history. By the 14th century BCE, the Hittite chariot corps had become the defining feature of their military identity. It was no longer simply a weapon, it was the very image of Hittite power. To their allies, the sight of Hittite chariots meant protection. To their enemies, it meant devastation. And to their own people, it meant that the storm gods themselves rode with them into battle. The battlefield role of the Hittite chariot was carefully orchestrated. Unlike the Egyptians, who often used their two-man chariots as mobile archery platforms, the Hittites deployed their three-man chariots as shock troops. Their tactics were designed to break the cohesion of enemy infantry. The driver would steer the vehicle directly into the enemy line. The archer would unleash volleys of arrows to soften resistance, and the spearman would strike at the moment of impact, thrusting into the gaps created by the charge. This combination of speed, firepower, and brute force was devastating. Infantry formations that might withstand a rain of arrows could not easily withstand the physical collision of horses, wheels, and spears. The Hittite chariot was not content to harass from a distance. It was designed to smash through, to scatter. and to terrify. Once the enemy line was broken, Hittite infantry could move in to exploit the chaos, cutting down fleeing soldiers or capturing prisoners. The psychological effect of the chariot charge was as important as its physical impact. Ancient accounts describe the terror of facing a wall of chariots. The ground shook with the thunder of hooves, dust clouds obscured the sky, and the gleam of bronze weapons flashed in the sun. To stand in the path of such a force required extraordinary discipline. Many armies simply could not hold their nerve. Panic spread quickly, and once panic took hold, the battle was lost. The Hittites understood this psychology and exploited it. They often used their chariots not only to attack but to intimidate. A sudden charge, even if not pressed home, could unsettle an enemy line. The mere threat of chariots waiting on the flanks could pin an opponent in place, forcing them to fight cautiously and defensively. In this way, the chariot was as much a weapon of fear as of steel. The scale of chariot warfare in the Late Bronze Age was immense. At the Battle of Kadesh in 1274 BCE, the Egyptians claimed to have faced as many as 3,500 Hittite chariots. Even if this number is exaggerated, it suggests the sheer scale of the forces involved. To field such numbers required not only resources, but also organization on a grand scale. The Hittites had mastered the logistics of chariot warfare, and they could deploy their storm gods' chariots in numbers that overwhelmed their rivals. But the chariot was not invincible. Terrain mattered. In mountains, forests, or marshes, chariots were less effective. The Hittites preferred open plains where their vehicles could maneuver freely. They also relied heavily on their horses, and a shortage of fodder or water could cripple their mobility. Enemies who understood these weaknesses sometimes sought to lure the Hittites into unfavorable ground, where their chariots could not operate at full strength. Despite these limitations, the Hittites continued to refine their tactics. They developed methods for coordinating chariot charges with infantry advances, creating a combined arms approach that maximized their strengths. They also used chariots for reconnaissance, raiding, and pursuit, extending their utility beyond the battlefield. In this way, the chariot became not only the hammer of the Hittite army, but also its eyes and its wings. The religious symbolism of the chariot remained ever present. In Hittite art and ritual, the storm god Tarhunt was depicted riding a chariot across the heavens, hurling thunderbolts like spears. Kings invoked this imagery when they rode into battle, presenting themselves as the earthly counterparts of the divine warrior. To ride in a chariot was to embody the storm itself, to bring divine fury crashing down upon the enemy. This fusion of technology, tactics, and theology gave the Hittite chariot a unique place in the ancient world. It was not merely a machine of war. It was a symbol of cosmic order, a manifestation of divine will, and a tool of imperial ambition. When the Hittites unleashed their chariots, they were not only fighting for territory or power, they were enacting a drama in which the gods themselves were participants. The culmination of this tradition came at Kadesh, where the Hittite chariots faced the might of Egypt under Ramses II. The battle was one of the largest chariot engagements in history, a clash of thousands of vehicles on the plains of Syria. The Egyptians, with their lighter two-man chariots, relied on speed and archery. The Hittites, with their heavier three-man chariots, relied on shock and impact. The result was a battle that tested not only the strength of armies, but the very limits of chariot warfare. Though the outcome of Kadesh was inconclusive, the fact that the Hittites could field such a massive chariot force against one of the greatest powers of the age speaks volumes about their military system. They had taken a weapon that others used cautiously and transformed it into the centerpiece of their strategy. They had built an empire on wheels, and for centuries, those wheels carried them to victory. The chariots of the storm gods were more than a military innovation. They were the embodiment of Hittite resilience, ambition, and identity. They turned the thunder of hooves into the thunder of heaven, the clash of bronze into the clash of divine will. And in doing so, they secured the Hittites a place among the great powers of the ancient world. The Battle of Kadesh in 1274 BCE was the climax of Hittite chariot warfare, but it was not the end of the story. In many ways, it was the beginning of a new phase, one in which the chariot became not only a weapon of war, but also a symbol of diplomacy, negotiation, and the fragile balance of power in the Late Bronze Age. The clash at Kadesh revealed both the strengths and the limitations of the chariot. The Hittites demonstrated their ability to field thousands of vehicles, overwhelming the Egyptians in the opening stages of the battle. Their heavy three-man chariots smashed into Ramses Thugon's forces, scattering divisions and nearly capturing the pharaoh himself. Yet the Egyptians, with their lighter, more maneuverable chariots, were able to regroup, counterattack, and prevent a decisive Hittite victory. The result was a stalemate, one that underscored the fact that even the most powerful weapon had its limits. What followed was remarkable. Instead of continuing the cycle of war, the Hittites and Egyptians eventually negotiated the world's first known peace treaty. The Treaty of Kadesh, inscribed on clay tablets and silver plaques, was a recognition that neither side could destroy the other. It was also a recognition of the central role that chariot warfare had played in shaping the balance of power. The chariot had brought them to the brink of destruction, but it had also forced them to seek peace. For the Hittites, the chariot remained the backbone of their military. Campaigns in Anatolia, Syria, and beyond continued to rely on the thunder of hooves and the crash of wheels. The chariot was used not only in pitched battles, but also in raids, patrols, and shows of force. It was a weapon of mobility, allowing the Hittites to project power across vast distances and to respond quickly to threats. But the chariot was more than a practical tool. It was a cultural icon. In Hittite art, kings were depicted riding in chariots, their cloaks billowing, their weapons raised. In ritual, chariots were offered to the gods, adorned with symbols of the sun and storm. In diplomacy, the gift of horses or chariots was a gesture of alliance, a recognition of shared power. The chariot was woven into the fabric of Hittite identity, as much a part of their civilization as their laws, their temples, and their capital at Hattusa. The endurance of the chariot as a symbol is striking. Even as infantry tactics evolved, even as new weapons emerged, the chariot retained its prestige. To ride in a chariot was to be elevated above the common soldier, to be marked as a leader, a noble, or even a semi-divine figure. The chariot was not only a machine of war, but also a stage upon which kingship itself was performed. Yet at the seeds of change were already present. The very strengths of the chariot, its speed, its shock power, its prestige, were also its weaknesses. It required flat terrain, constant maintenance, and a steady supply of horses. It was vulnerable to rough ground, to disciplined infantry armed with long spears, and to the growing use of cavalry. In time, the chariot would be eclipsed by mounted warriors, who could achieve the same mobility with greater flexibility. But in the centuries of Hittite power, the chariot reigned supreme. It was the weapon that allowed a kingdom in the Anatolian highlands to challenge Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria. It was the hammer that secured trade routes, enforced treaties, and expanded borders. It was the storm that broke enemy lines and the thunder that echoed across the Near East. The legacy of the Hittite chariot is not only military but also symbolic. It reminds us that technology is never just about mechanics. It is about how societies organize themselves, how they invest resources, how they imagine power, and how they connect the human with the divine. The Hittites did not simply build chariots. They built an entire system, economic, political, religious, that made the chariot the centerpiece of their world. When we speak of the chariots of the storm gods, we are speaking not only of wood, bronze, and horseflesh. We are speaking of a vision of power, a belief that the gods themselves rode with the Hittites into battle. We are speaking of a people who turned a vehicle into a weapon into a symbol, and a symbol into the foundation of an empire. The fall of the Hittite Empire in the 12th century BCE did not erase this legacy. The memory of their chariots lived on in the records of their rivals, in the myths of their successors, and in the imagination of later ages. The chariot would continue to dominate warfare for centuries, from the plains of Mesopotamia to the fields of China, before finally giving way to cavalry. But the Hittites had shown what the chariot could do at its height, and that achievement would never be forgotten. In the end, the story of the Hittite chariot is the story of the Hittite Empire itself, bold, innovative, formidable, and yet fragile, capable of great triumphs, yet vulnerable to the forces of change. Forged in the highlands of Anatolia, tested on the plains of Syria, and remembered in the annals of history, the chariots of the storm gods remain one of the most striking symbols of the ancient world. And so, as we leave behind the thunder of hooves and the crash of wheels, we carry with us the image of the Hittite chariot, a machine of war, a symbol of kingship, and a reminder that even in the Bronze Age, the line between human power and divine will was drawn not in ink, but in dust, bronze, and the roar of the storm. After a period of internal unrest and dynastic uncertainty, the Hittite Empire roared back to life under one of its greatest warrior kings, Suppiluliuma I. Around 1350 BCE, he ascended the throne of Hatti, not merely as a ruler, but as a force of transformation. Suppiluliuma was not born into stability. The Hittite court had been plagued by assassinations, coups, and succession crises. The Edict of Telepinu had tried to impose order, but the realities of power were more chaotic than any law could contain. Into this volatile world stepped a man of vision, ambition, and ruthless precision. He was not just a conqueror, he was a strategist. Suppiluliuma understood that power was not only won on the battlefield, it was shaped in the shadows, in the quiet corridors of diplomacy, and in the timing of a strike. His campaigns would redefine the map of the ancient Near East, and his legacy would echo far beyond his lifetime. His first great target was the kingdom of Mitanni. Once a dominant power in northern Syria and Mesopotamia, Mitanni had grown vulnerable. Internal divisions, external pressures, and a weakening grip on its vassal states had left it exposed. But Suppiluliuma did not rush in with swords drawn. He waited, he watched, and then he moved. Instead of launching a direct assault, he began by forging alliances. He reached out to the neighboring states that had once paid tribute to Mitanni, states that now chafed under its fading authority. Through diplomacy, intimidation, and promises of protection, Suppiluliuma turned these neighbors into allies. Then, with the Euphrates River as his threshold, he crossed into Mitanni territory in a surprise attack. The timing was perfect. Mitanni was unprepared, its defenses scattered, its leadership divided. Suppiluliuma's forces swept through the region, sacking the capital city of Washukani and dismantling the kingdom's infrastructure. It was not just a military victory, it was a masterstroke. In one campaign, Suppiluliuma had broken a rival power, absorbed its territory, and transformed its remnants into a loyal vassal state. Mitanni, once a rival, now served the interests of Hatti. This conquest pushed Hittite control deep into Syria, right up to the borders of Egypt's sphere of influence. The city-states of the Levant, Ugarit, Kadesh, Amuru, became the new frontier. These were not just strategic locations, they were cultural crossroads, trade hubs, and diplomatic battlegrounds. Suddenly, the two superpowers of the age, Egypt and Hatti, stood face to face. The Nile and the Anatolian highlands had birthed empires that now collided in the contested lands of Syria. A cold war descended. There were no declarations, no formal battles, yet, but the tension was palpable. Each side maneuvered for influence, sending envoys, forging alliances, and watching the other's moves with suspicion. The city-states became pawns in a larger game, their loyalties shifting with the winds of power. Suppiluliuma was not content to merely hold territory. He fortified it. He installed loyal governors, reinforced garrisons, and ensured that tribute flowed northward to Hattusa. The Hittite presence in Syria was not a temporary occupation. It was the foundation of a new imperial frontier. But Egypt was watching. Under Pharaoh Amenhotep III and later Akhenaten, Egypt maintained its own network of vassals and allies in the region. The two empires did not yet clash directly, but their ambitions were incompatible. The Levant could not serve two masters. Suppiluliuma's conquest of Mitanni was more than a territorial gain. It was a statement. Hatti was not merely recovering, it was rising. The age of conquest had begun, and the storm gods of Anatolia rode once more. The king's campaigns were recorded in royal annals, inscribed on clay tablets and stored in the archives of Hattusa. These texts speak of cities taken, kings humbled, and tribute secured. But they also speak of strategy, of negotiations, of calculated risks, and of the delicate balance between force and diplomacy. Suppiluliuma understood that conquest was not only about destruction, it was about integration. The conquered territories were not razed, they were absorbed. Local rulers were retained as vassals, their loyalty secured through oaths, marriages, and the ever-present threat of Hittite retaliation. This approach allowed the Hittite Empire to expand rapidly without overextending its resources. Instead of occupying every city with Hittite troops, Suppiluliuma created a network of client states. These states paid tribute, followed Hittite directives, and served as buffers against external threats. It was a system that required constant attention. Vassals had to be monitored, envoys dispatched, and rebellions suppressed. But it was also a system that worked. Under Suppiluliuma, the Hittite Empire reached its greatest territorial extent, stretching from the Aegean coast to the Euphrates River. The king's reputation grew. He was feared by his enemies, respected by his allies, and revered by his people. In Hittite art, he was depicted as a warrior, a statesman, and a divine agent of the storm god Tarhunt. His name became synonymous with power. Yet even as he expanded the empire, Suppiluliuma remained vigilant. He knew that Egypt would not remain passive forever. The Cold War in Syria could not last. Sooner or later, the two empires would clash, not through envoys, but through armies. And when that moment came, Suppiluliuma intended to be ready. With Mitanni subdued in Syria under Hittite control, Suppiluliuma turned his gaze toward the next challenge, Egypt. The two empires had long existed in parallel, Egypt ruling from the Nile, Hatti from the Anatolian highlands. But now their spheres of influence overlapped. The city-states of the Levant, nestled between the two powers, became the battleground for a Cold War that would shape the destiny of the region. These city-states were more than dots on a map. They were trade hubs, cultural melting pots, and diplomatic chess pieces. Ugarit, Kadesh, Amuru, Byblos, each had its own ruler, its own loyalties, and its own ambitions. And each was caught between the gravitational pull of Egypt and Hatti. Suppiluliuma understood the game. He didn't rush into open war. Instead, he played the long game, sending envoys, forging alliances, and offering protection to rulers who felt abandoned by Egypt. Egypt, under Akhenaten, was distracted. The pharaoh's religious revolution, his devotion to the sun god Aten, had shifted focus away from foreign affairs. While Akhenaten built temples and rewrote theology, Suppiluliuma built an empire. The Hittite king moved swiftly. He secured Amuru, a key buffer state, and installed a loyal ruler. He negotiated with Ugarit, ensuring its trade routes remained open to Hattusa. He reinforced Kadesh, a strategic stronghold near the Orontes River. Each move was calculated. Each alliance was a thread in a growing web of influence. The Levant was no longer a contested zone, it was becoming a Hittite sphere. Egypt responded with diplomatic pressure. Letters were exchanged, envoys dispatched, warnings issued. But the momentum had shifted. The Hittites were no longer recovering, they were ascendant. The Cold War deepened. Spies moved between courts, treaties were signed and broken, city-states changed allegiance, sometimes overnight. The region became a mosaic of shifting loyalties, each tile reflecting the tension between two great powers. Suppiluliuma remained focused. He did not seek war with Egypt, not yet. But he made it clear that Hatti would not retreat. The storm gods had claimed Syria, and they would not be denied. The Hittite archives from this period are rich with correspondence. Letters from vassal kings pleading for aid, reports from envoys detailing Egyptian movements, orders from Suppiluliuma instructing governors to fortify cities, monitor borders, and prepare for conflict. It was a time of tension, but also of transformation. The Hittite Empire was no longer a regional power, it was a superpower. Its influence stretched from the Aegean to the Euphrates, and its armies stood ready. The Levant, once a buffer zone, had become the front line. And behind that line stood a king who had rebuilt his empire from the ashes and was now preparing to defend it against the might of Egypt. Even as Suppiluliuma expanded his empire through conquest, he understood that power was not built by swords alone. It was also forged through bloodlines, marriages, and the delicate dance of dynastic diplomacy. The Hittite royal family was not merely a household. It was a political institution. Every son, every daughter, every marriage carried strategic weight. Suppiluliuma had several sons, and he placed them carefully across the empire. Some were appointed as governors, others as generals. Each was expected to serve not only the king but the storm god's vision for Hatti. But one son, Zananza, would become the center of a diplomatic drama that would ripple across empires. The story begins in Egypt. Around 1335 BCE, Pharaoh Tutankhamun died unexpectedly. He was young, and his death left Egypt in a precarious position. His widow, Ankhesenamun, found herself without a husband, without an heir, and surrounded by ambitious courtiers. In a move that stunned the ancient world, she sent a letter to Suppiluliuma. In it, she made a bold request. "My husband has died, and I have no son. They say you have many sons. If you send me one, he shall become my husband and king of Egypt." It was unprecedented. A queen of Egypt asking a foreign king to send a prince to marry her and rule the land of the Nile. Suppiluliuma was astonished. He suspected a trap. Egypt and Hatti had long been rivals. Could this be a ploy? He sent envoys to investigate. They returned with confirmation. The queen's request was genuine. She feared being forced to marry a commoner, and she sought a royal alliance to protect her position. Suppiluliuma agreed. He chose Zananza, a prince of noble bearing and diplomatic skill, and sent him to Egypt with an escort. It was a moment of hope, a chance to unite two empires, to turn rivalry into alliance. But Zananza never arrived. Somewhere along the journey, he was killed. The details remain murky. Some say Egyptian factions, opposed to the marriage, ambushed the escort. Others suggest that Zananza was poisoned or assassinated by agents of Ai, the powerful vizier who would soon claim the throne. Suppiluliuma was furious. His son had been murdered on a diplomatic mission. The promise of peace had turned into betrayal. The Hittite king responded with force. He launched raids into Egyptian-held territory, punishing the city-states that had supported Egypt. The Cold War flared into open conflict. But the cost was high. Among the prisoners taken during these campaigns were Egyptian captives, some of whom carried a deadly disease. The plague spread quickly. It reached Hattusa, infecting the royal court, the army, and the population. Suppiluliuma himself fell ill. The storm god's chosen king, the architect of Hatti's resurgence, died not in battle but in bed, struck down by a plague brought home from war. It was a bitter irony. The empire had reached its peak, its borders stretched wide, its enemies humbled. And yet, its greatest king was undone by a diplomatic tragedy and a silent killer. Zananza's death marked more than the loss of a prince. It marked the end of an era. The dream of peace with Egypt had died with him, and the Hittite Empire would never again see such a moment of possibility. Yet even in grief, the legacy of Suppiluliuma endured. His sons continued his work, his conquest remained, and the memory of his reign, its brilliance, its ambition, its heartbreak, became part of the lore of Hatti. The chariots of the storm gods had carried him far, but in the end it was a letter, a marriage proposal, and a journey never completed that defined the final chapter of his rule. The death of Suppiluliuma I marked a turning point, not only for the Hittite Empire, but for the entire political landscape of the ancient Near East. His passing was not the result of battle, rebellion, or assassination. It was the plague brought home by Egyptian captives that claimed the storm god's chosen king. And it did not stop with him. The disease spread quickly through Hattusa. Soldiers, scribes, priests, and artisans fell ill. The royal court was struck hard. The archives record a period of mourning, confusion, and disruption. The machinery of empire slowed. The Hittites had built their power on organization, on logistics, diplomacy, and military precision. But the plague was beyond their control. It did not respect borders or treaties. It moved silently, invisibly, and relentlessly. The new king, Arnawanda II, was young and capable. But he, too, fell ill. His reign was brief, marked more by survival than by strategy. The empire held together, but just barely. In the wake of Suppilulima's death and Zananza's murder, diplomatic relations with Egypt collapsed. The dream of alliance was gone. The Cold War resumed, colder than ever. The city-states of the Levant sensed the shift. Some grew restless. Others sought new patrons. The balance of power that Suppilulima had so carefully constructed began to wobble. Yet the Hittite Empire did not fall. It endured. Arnawanda II was succeeded by his brother, Mursili II, a young king with little experience but great determination. He inherited an empire weakened by plague, threatened by rebellion, and haunted by the shadow of his father's legacy. Mursili rose to the challenge. He launched campaigns to reassert control over rebellious vassals. He fortified borders. He restored order. But he also mourned. In his annals, he speaks not only of victories but of grief. He writes of his father's death, his brother's illness, and the burden of rule. His voice is not triumphant. It is human. This emotional honesty is rare in ancient texts. It reveals a king who understood that conquest was not only about power, it was also about loss. The Hittite Empire, under Mursili, began to recover. Slowly, cautiously, it regained its footing. The plague receded. The borders stabilized. The city-states of Syria were brought back into line. But the scars remained. The memory of Zananza's death, the bitterness of betrayal, and the fragility of diplomacy lingered. The Hittites had learned a hard lesson: empires are not only threatened by armies, they are threatened by silence, by sickness, and by the unpredictable turns of fate. Still, the storm gods had not abandoned Hatti. The chariots rolled again. The archives filled with new victories, and the legacy of Suppilulima, his brilliance, his ambition, his heartbreak, remained etched in the clay tablets of Hattusa. The age of conquest was not over, but it had changed. The reign of Suppilulima the First reshaped the Hittite Empire. His campaigns expanded its borders, his diplomacy redefined its alliances, and his vision elevated it to superpower status. But his true legacy lay not only in what he conquered, but in what he built. Under his rule, the Hittite military underwent transformation. The chariot corps was refined, infantry tactics improved, and supply chains strengthened. Garrisons were established across Syria, Anatolia, and the upper Euphrates. Roads were maintained, fortresses reinforced, and communication between provinces became faster and more reliable. The Hittite army was no longer a reactive force. It was a machine. It could mobilize quickly, strike decisively, and hold territory with discipline. Suppilulima had turned a fractured kingdom into a unified empire with a military system capable of sustaining its reach. But he also understood the limits of force. His use of vassal states, client kings, and diplomatic marriages showed a preference for integration over annihilation. He did not raise cities, he absorbed them. He did not erase cultures. He coexisted with them. This pragmatism allowed the Hittite Empire to thrive in a region of complexity. Syria was not a blank canvas. It was a mosaic of languages, religions, and loyalties. Suppilulima navigated this landscape with care, balancing strength with subtlety. His successors inherited not only territory, but a system. The archives of Hattusa swelled with treaties, correspondence, and administrative records. The empire became a bureaucracy as much as a battlefield. And yet the memory of Suppilulima loomed large. Later kings invoked his name in treaties, inscriptions, and royal proclamations. He became a model of kingship, a warrior, a diplomat, and a builder. The empire he left behind stood at its peak. From the Aegean coast to the Euphrates, from the mountains of Anatolia to the plains of Syria, Hatti ruled. Its chariots thundered across the land, its envoys negotiated with rivals, and its gods were honored in temples from Arena to Aleppo. But beneath the surface, fragility remained. The plague had revealed how quickly strength could falter. The death of Zananza had shown how diplomacy could unravel, and the Cold War with Egypt continued unresolved. The age of conquest had brought glory, but it had also brought risk. The larger the empire, the more delicate its balance. Still, for a time, the Hittite Empire stood tall. It was not merely a survivor, it was a contender. In the great game of Bronze Age politics, Hatti was no longer a pawn. It was a kingmaker. And at the center of it all was the memory of Suppiluliuma I, the man who had turned chaos into order, weakness into strength, and ambition into empire. The storm gods had ridden with him, and their thunders still echoed across the land. By the middle of the 13th century BCE, the ancient world had narrowed to a single question: who would control the crossroads of empires? The city of Kadesh, perched near the Orontes River, had become more than a strategic outpost. It was a symbol, a prize, a pressure point. And it was here, in 1274 BCE, that two superpowers would collide in one of the most dramatic confrontations of the Bronze Age. On one side stood Egypt, led by a young and ambitious pharaoh, Ramesses II, newly crowned, eager to prove his strength, and determined to reclaim Egypt's influence in the Levant. On the other side stood Hatti, ruled by King Muwatalli II, a seasoned strategist, quiet but calculating, who had spent years preparing for this moment. The Levant had long been a contested zone. City-states like Kadesh, Amuru, and Ugarit had shifted allegiances, sometimes overnight. Treaties were signed, broken, and rewritten. The Cold War between Egypt and Hatti had simmered for decades. Now it would boil. Ramesses II was not content with diplomacy. He wanted a show of force. He assembled a massive army, divided into 4 divisions, each named after a god: Amun, Ra, Ta, and Set. The pharaoh's forces marched north, banners flying, chariots gleaming in the sun. His goal was clear: retake Kadesh, reassert Egyptian dominance, and write his name into the stone of history. But Muwatalli was waiting. The Hittite king had not only fortified Kadesh, he had gathered a coalition. Troops from across Anatolia, Syria, and Mesopotamia joined his ranks. His army was vast, disciplined, and hidden. Muwatalli understood the terrain. He knew the Egyptian army would be stretched thin, its divisions separated by distance and timing, and he had a plan. The battle that was coming would not be a clash of equals. It would be a test of deception, timing, and survival. The road to Kadesh was long, dusty, and filled with uncertainty. Ramesses believed he was marching toward a victory. Muwatalli knew he was preparing a trap. And in the quiet hills near the Orontes, the largest chariot battle in history was about to begin. The march to Kadesh began with confidence. Ramesses II, at the head of his Amun division, believed the Hittites were far away, days of marching to the north. His scouts had returned with reports that Muwatalli's army was nowhere near the city. But those reports were lies. Muwatalli II had orchestrated a masterstroke of deception. He had captured Egyptian scouts, fed them false intelligence, and released them to carry the story back to Ramesses. The pharaoh, eager for glory, believed what he wanted to hear. So, the Egyptian army advanced in 4 separate divisions, strung out along the dusty roads of Syria. The Amun division marched ahead with the pharaoh. Behind them, the Ra division followed. Further back, the Ptah and Set divisions trailed. It was a dangerous formation, spread thin, vulnerable, and blind to the trap that awaited. For Muwatalli was not far away. He was hidden, His army, tens of thousands strong, was encamped just beyond Kadesh, shielded by the Orontes River and the hills. And with him were his greatest weapon, the Hittite chariots. These were not the light, two-man chariots of Egypt. They were heavier, larger, carrying 3 warriors each, a driver, a shield-bearer, and a spearman. They were mobile fortresses, designed to smash through infantry and scatter enemy formations. Muwatalli had gathered 2,500 of them. As the Ra division approached Kadesh, weary from the march and unaware of danger, the ground began to tremble. Dust rose on the horizon. And then, with a roar like thunder, the Hittite chariots descended. They struck with devastating force. The Ra division was caught off guard, its ranks shattered in moments. Soldiers scattered, chariots overturned. The road became chaos. The Hittites did not stop there. They plowed straight into the Egyptian camp, overturning tents, trampling supplies, and cutting down anyone in their path. Rameses, with the Amun division, suddenly found himself isolated. His army was divided, his camp overrun, his men in panic. The pharaoh was surrounded. The inscriptions carved later on Egyptian temple walls tell of this moment in vivid detail. Rameses claimed he stood alone, abandoned by his troops, facing the Hittite onslaught with only his courage and the favor of the gods. Whether the account was embellished or not, the danger was real. The Hittite ambush had worked. The Egyptian army was on the brink of collapse. And in the dust and chaos of Kadesh, the fate of 2 empires hung in the balance. The battlefield at Kadesh was chaos. Dust choked the air, the thunder of hooves shook the ground, and the cries of men and horses mingled in a storm of confusion. The Ra division had been shattered. The Hittite chariots, heavy and relentless, had smashed through their lines and poured into the Egyptian camp. Tents collapsed, supply wagons overturned, soldiers scattered in panic. And in the midst of it all, Rameses II found himself cut off. The pharaoh, who had marched north with visions of triumph, now stood surrounded by enemies. His Amun division was still forming, his other divisions were miles away, and the Hittite chariots pressed in from every side. It was a moment that could have ended Egypt's empire. But Rameses refused to yield. Later inscriptions, carved deep into the walls of temples at Luxor and Abu Simbel, tell the story in the pharaoh's own words. He claimed that his troops abandoned him, that he stood alone, shielded only by the gods. Whether this was truth or propaganda, the image was powerful. The young king, isolated, facing the storm. He mounted his chariot. His horses, named Victory in Thebes and Mut is Satisfied, were lashed into motion. With a roar, Rameses drove straight into the heart of the Hittite charge. The Egyptian chariots that remained rallied to him. What had been panic became fury. The pharaoh's countercharge struck like lightning, scattering the first wave of Hittite chariots. The inscriptions describe Rameses as a whirlwind, cutting down enemies with his bow and spear, his chariot wheels splattered with dust and blood. He claimed to have slain hundreds, though the numbers were surely exaggerated. Still, the effect was real. The sight of their pharaoh fighting at the front steadied the Egyptians. Soldiers who had fled returned to the fight. The Amun division, inspired by their king, formed ranks and pushed back against the Hittite tide. For a moment, the balance shifted. The Hittite chariots, so devastating in their first strike, began to falter. Their momentum slowed. Their formations broke. But Rameses was not yet safe. He was still outnumbered, still surrounded, still fighting for survival. The battle hung in the balance, and the fate of Egypt rested on whether reinforcements would arrive in time. The dust of battle hung heavy over Kadesh. Rameses and his Amun division had fought like a cornered lion, but the Hittite chariots still pressed in. The pharaoh's counter-charge had bought time, but not enough. Then, from the south, salvation appeared. The Pata division, delayed on the march, arrived at last. Their chariots thundered into the fray, spears leveled, wheels cutting through the dust. Behind them came the Set division, pushing forward with fresh infantry. The Egyptians, once scattered, now surged with renewed strength. The battlefield shifted. The Hittite chariots, so devastating in their first strike, found themselves caught between Ramesses' rallying forces and the fresh divisions pouring in. The clash was brutal. Chariot slammed against chariot, horses screamed, spears shattered. The Orontes River ran red with blood. For the Hittites, the momentum faltered. Their charge, designed to break the Egyptians in a single blow, had lost its edge. The weight of numbers, the resilience of the pharaoh, and the arrival of reinforcements turned the tide. But for Egypt, there was no triumph either. The camp lay in ruins, the Ra division was broken, and the dead littered the plain. Ramesses had survived, but at a terrible cost. By nightfall, the battlefield was a graveyard. Neither side could claim victory. The Hittites still held Kadesh. The Egyptians still stood unbroken. The clash had proved one thing above all. Neither empire could destroy the other. When the dust settled over Kadesh, silence fell upon a field of ruin. Chariots lay splintered, horses collapsed in exhaustion, and the cries of the wounded echoed across the plain. Neither side had won. Ramesses had survived the ambush, rallied his men, and fought with desperate courage. His reinforcements had arrived in time to prevent disaster. Yet the Egyptian camp was in ruins, and the city of Kadesh remained firmly in Hittite hands. Muwatalli, for his part, had struck with brilliance. His deception had nearly destroyed the Egyptian army. His chariots had thundered through the enemy lines, and his coalition had stood firm. Yet he, too, had failed to deliver the final blow. The battle was a stalemate, a bloody, costly stalemate. But in the ancient world, truth was often less important than the story told afterward. Ramesses returned to Egypt and filled his temples with inscriptions of triumph. At Luxor, at Abu Simbel, at Karnak, he carved images of himself standing alone, surrounded by enemies, victorious by divine favor. He declared Kadesh a great victory, a testament to his strength and the gods' protection. The reality was more complicated. The Egyptians had not taken Kadesh. The Hittites had not destroyed Egypt. The balance of power remained unchanged. For Muwatalli, the quiet truth was enough. Kadesh remained under Hittite control. The Levant, though contested, leaned toward Hatti. His coalition had held. And yet, the battle revealed something deeper. Neither empire could destroy the other. Their strength was matched, their ambitions colliding but never breaking through. In the years that followed, the rivalry continued. Skirmishes flared, treaties were tested, and the shadow of Kadesh lingered. But the memory of that day, of dust, thunder, and blood, remained etched into the consciousness of both peoples. The Battle of Kadesh was not a victory. It was a warning. A warning that even the greatest kings, with the mightiest armies, could not bend the world entirely to their will. And so, the Orontes River carried away the echoes of war. The city of Kadesh stood scarred but unbroken, and the two superpowers of the Bronze Age, Egypt and Hatti, remained locked in a fragile balance, destined to face one another again. The Battle of Kadesh took place in 1274 BCE. It was one of the largest chariot battles in history. The Egyptians under Pharaoh Ramesses and the Hittites under King Muwatalli II fought for control of Syria. Both sides claimed victory, but in truth, neither side won. The Egyptians failed to capture the city of Kadesh, and the Hittites failed to destroy the Egyptian army. The result was a stalemate. The battlefield after the fighting was a scene of destruction. Thousands of soldiers lay dead or wounded. Horses collapsed in their harnesses. Chariots were broken and scattered across the plain. Survivors were exhausted and demoralized. Ramesses II returned to Egypt and ordered inscriptions that described him as a hero who had saved his army. The Hittites recorded that they had defended their city and forced the Egyptians to retreat. Both accounts were propaganda. The truth was that the battle had solved nothing. The years after Kadesh were marked by tension. Egypt and Hatti continued to compete for influence in Syria. Small kingdoms in the region often switched sides, sometimes pledging loyalty to Egypt and sometimes to the Hittites. This constant struggle drained both empires. Egypt needed stability to focus on its building projects and to secure its borders. The Hittites faced pressure from rival powers in Anatolia and Mesopotamia, as well as internal disputes over succession. By the time Hattusili III became king of the Hittites, the situation had changed. Hattusili had taken the throne after a civil conflict, and he needed to strengthen his legitimacy. One way to do this was to secure recognition from Egypt, the other great power of the age. Rameses II also had reasons to seek peace. He wanted to focus on building projects, trade, and the consolidation of his rule. Endless war in Syria was expensive and unproductive. Both rulers saw that negotiation was more useful than continued fighting. Envoys began to travel between the two courts. Letters were exchanged. Gifts were offered. Slowly, trust was built. The process was not quick. Both sides had to overcome years of hostility and suspicion. But eventually, they agreed that peace was better than war. This decision led to the creation of the Treaty of Kadesh, also known as the Eternal Treaty. In 1258 BCE, after years of rivalry and conflict, Egypt and the Hittite Empire finally reached an agreement. The Battle of Kadesh had shown that neither side could destroy the other, and both rulers understood that endless war was draining their strength. Pharaoh Rameses II and King Hattusili III decided to take a different path. They created what is now known as the Treaty of Kadesh, the first surviving written peace treaty in history. The agreement was carefully written and detailed. It promised that Egypt and Hatti would no longer fight each other. It set clear borders between their territories so that disputes over land would not continue. It also created a mutual defense pact. If one empire was attacked by another power, the other would provide military support. Another clause dealt with fugitives. If someone fled from one empire to the other, they would be returned, and both sides promised that these people would not be harmed unfairly. To give the treaty even greater weight, both kingdoms swore the terms before their gods. This was more than a political document. It was a recognition that peace was stronger than war. For decades, Egypt and Hatti had fought for control of Syria, but the cost had been too high. Now both sides were ready to cooperate. The treaty gave them a chance to focus on building, trade, and stability instead of constant battles. One of the most remarkable figures in this story was Queen Puduhepa of the Hittites. She was the wife of Hattusili III and had once served as a priestess of the goddess Ishtar. Her background gave her religious authority, but she also became a powerful political leader. Puduhepa was not content to remain in the background. She issued decrees, judged legal cases, and reorganized the Hittite pantheon. Most importantly, she played a direct role in diplomacy. Letters survive that show Puduhepa writing directly to Rameses II. In these letters, she discussed the terms of peace, clarified misunderstandings, and even arranged alliances. She was treated as an equal partner in the negotiations. This was unusual for the time and shows how influential she was. To strengthen the peace further, she arranged for her daughter to marry Rameses. This marriage created family ties between the two royal houses, making it harder for either side to break the agreement. The involvement of Puduhepa demonstrates that women could hold real power in the late Bronze Age. She was not only a queen, but also a diplomat and a religious leader. Her influence helped ensure that the peace was not just words on a tablet, but a living reality supported by both families. With the treaty in place, relations between Egypt and Hatti changed. Instead of fighting, they began to trade. Caravans moved across the Levant, carrying gold, silver, copper, cedar wood, grain, and textiles. These goods supported both economies and created prosperity. Letters exchanged between the courts used the language of brotherhood. The rulers addressed each other as brother, a term that showed equality and respect. This was important because it meant that neither side was treated as inferior. The peace also allowed both empires to focus on other challenges. In Egypt, Rameses concentrated on his building projects. He constructed temples, statues, and cities that still stand today. These projects required resources and stability, which the treaty helped provide. In Hatti, attention turned eastward, where Assyria was becoming more powerful. By securing peace with Egypt, the Hittites could focus their military efforts elsewhere. The marriage alliance between Rameses and the daughter of Puduhepa was another important outcome. This was not only a symbolic gesture, but also a practical step. It created a personal bond between the two royal families. Breaking the treaty would now mean betraying family ties, which made peace more secure. The marriage also reflected the importance of diplomacy in maintaining stability. Religion gave the treaty even greater strength. Both sides swore the agreement before their gods. The Egyptians called on deities such as Ra, Ptah, and Seth. The Hittites called on their storm god and sun goddess. By involving the gods, the treaty became more than a political promise. It became a sacred obligation. Breaking it would not only be a political act, but also a religious crime. The text of the treaty is detailed and precise. It begins by declaring peace between the two empires. It then lists the obligations of each side. It states that if one empire is attacked, the other will come to its aid. It also states that fugitives will be returned and treated fairly. The treaty even includes blessings and curses. If the agreement was kept, the gods would bless both empires with prosperity. If it was broken, the gods would punish the violators with disaster. The success of the treaty can be measured by its longevity. It lasted for more than 50 years, which was a long time in the ancient world. During this period, Egypt and Hatti did not fight each other. Instead, they cooperated. They exchanged gifts, letters, and envoys. They traded goods and shared resources. The peace created by the treaty allowed both empires to prosper. This agreement also influenced later diplomacy. It showed that written agreements could be used to settle disputes between states. It showed that peace could be maintained through negotiation rather than war. It also showed that alliances could be strengthened through marriage and religion. These ideas are still relevant today. The Treaty of Kadesh is remembered today as a milestone in human history. A copy of the treaty is displayed at the United Nations headquarters in New York. It serves as a symbol of the long human search for peace. It reminds us that even thousands of years ago, leaders understood the value of diplomacy. The story also highlights the importance of individuals. Without the decisions of Rameses II, Hattusili III, and Puduhepa, the treaty might never have been signed. Their choices shaped history. They showed that leadership, negotiation, and cooperation can change the course of events. Although the agreement did not end all conflict in the region, and although both empires eventually declined, the peace between Egypt and Hatti lasted for more than half a century. That achievement is remarkable. It shows that even in a world often dominated by war, peace was possible when leaders chose it. The treaty also had an impact on daily life. Farmers in Syria could work their fields without fear of armies marching through. Merchants could move their caravans more safely. Craftsmen could sell their goods in markets that were no longer disrupted by war. Families could live with greater security. The benefits of peace were felt not only by kings and queens, but also by ordinary people. Diplomatic exchanges became more regular. Envoys traveled between the two courts carrying letters, gifts, and news. These exchanges built trust and kept communication open. Misunderstandings could be corrected before they turned into conflict. This constant dialogue was one of the reasons the treaty lasted so long. The marriage alliance also had cultural effects. The daughter of Puduhepa brought Hittite customs into the Egyptian court. This exchange of traditions helped create a sense of connection between the two peoples. It also showed that diplomacy was not only about armies and borders, but also about families and culture. The treaty also gave both empires a stronger position in the wider world. Other states saw that Egypt and Hatti were united. This discouraged attacks and encouraged trade. Smaller kingdoms in the region had to respect the new balance of power. The treaty created stability not only between Egypt and Hatti, but also across the Near East. The peace also allowed both empires to prepare for future challenges. Assyria was growing stronger, and the Sea Peoples were beginning to appear. By ending their rivalry, Egypt and Hatti could focus on these new threats. The treaty gave them time to strengthen their defenses and manage their resources. The Treaty of Kadesh was a turning point. It showed that even powerful empires could choose cooperation over conflict. It showed that diplomacy could succeed where war had failed. It showed that peace could bring prosperity to both rulers and people. For these reasons, it remains one of the most important documents in history. As the 13th century BCE drew to a close, the great powers of the Late Bronze Age stood at a crossroads. On the surface, the world seemed stable. Egypt and the Hittite Empire had secured peace through the Treaty of Kadesh. Trade routes stretched across the Mediterranean and the Near East, carrying goods, ideas, and cultures from one land to another. Palaces and temples rose in splendor, and kings exchanged letters that spoke of brotherhood and alliance. Yet beneath this appearance of order, cracks were beginning to show. The Hittite Empire, though still powerful, was facing pressures that were difficult to ignore. Inside the royal family, disputes over succession created tension. Kingship in Hatti was never entirely secure. Brothers, cousins, and ambitious generals often challenged the throne. Each new ruler had to prove his legitimacy, not only to the nobles of the court, but also to the gods and the people. Hattusili III had managed to stabilize his rule, but after him, the question of succession once again became a source of conflict. Succession disputes weakened the authority of the king. When nobles and generals doubted the ruler's strength, they became less loyal. This created divisions within the empire. Instead of focusing on external threats, the Hittite court often became consumed by internal struggles. These disputes drained resources and distracted leaders from the challenges that lay beyond their borders. At the same time, the Hittite economy was under strain. The empire relied heavily on agriculture, but maintaining large armies and supporting the royal court required more than just food. Silver, copper, and tin were needed for weapons and tools. Horses and chariots had to be bred and maintained. Grain had to be stored and distributed. When trade slowed or harvests failed, the entire system came under pressure. The Hittites also faced challenges from their neighbors. To the east, Assyria was growing stronger. The Assyrians were ambitious and aggressive, building a powerful military and expanding their territory. To the west, smaller kingdoms and tribes tested the edges of Hittite control. The empire was large, but its borders were difficult to defend. Each new threat required soldiers, supplies, and attention from the king. While the Hittites struggled with these pressures, a new and mysterious danger was emerging from the sea. Egyptian records describe them as the Sea Peoples. They were not a single nation, but a confederation of raiders who came from different regions around the Mediterranean. Their names appear in Egyptian inscriptions, the Sherden, the Shekelesh, the Peliset, and others. They attacked coastal cities, disrupted trade, and brought destruction wherever they landed. The Sea Peoples were skilled fighters. They used both ships and chariots, striking quickly and unpredictably. They destroyed cities that had stood for centuries. They cut off trade routes that connected kingdoms. For empires like Egypt and Hatti, which depended on long-distance trade for resources, the raids were devastating. The last known Hittite king, Sepelumiuma II, faced these invaders directly. Records tell us that he fought them both on land and at sea. He won some victories, but the threat did not disappear. The Sea Peoples kept coming, wave after wave, testing the strength of every kingdom along the coast. Yet the most dangerous challenge was not one that could be fought with swords or chariots. It was the slow, relentless change in the climate. Evidence from tree rings and soil samples tells us that a long-term drought began to set in during this period. Rainfall decreased, harvest failed, and food became scarce. For empires that relied on agriculture to feed their people and armies, this was a disaster. The Hittite heartland in Anatolia was especially vulnerable. Its fields depended on seasonal rains. When the rains failed, crops withered. Grain shortages led to famine. Hungry people became restless, and unrest spread. The intricate system of trade and diplomacy that had supported the late Bronze Age world began to unravel. Egypt also felt the strain. Although the Nile provided more stability than the rains of Anatolia, even Egypt was not immune to drought. Lower floods meant smaller harvests. With less grain to distribute, the government faced difficulties keeping the population fed. The cost of defending borders, maintaining temples, and supporting the royal court became harder to bear. The combination of internal disputes, external threats, and environmental stress created a perfect storm. The great powers of the late Bronze Age had built a world of wealth and connection, but that very complexity made them vulnerable. When one part of the system failed, the effects spread quickly. A failed harvest in Anatolia could lead to shortages in Syria. A raid by the Sea Peoples could cut off trade routes that supplied copper or tin. A succession dispute in Hatti could weaken alliances across the region. The world of the 13th century BCE was interconnected in ways that were both impressive and fragile. Palaces depended on trade for luxury goods. Armies depended on supplies from distant lands. Farmers depended on stable weather. When all of these systems worked together, the result was prosperity. But when they began to fail, the collapse spread from one kingdom to another. For the people living through these times, the changes must have been frightening. A farmer in Anatolia might see his crops fail year after year. A merchant in Ugarit might watch his trade ships stop arriving. A soldier in Egypt might hear rumors of strange raiders destroying cities along the coast. Each person experienced only part of the crisis, but together these experiences formed the story of a world in decline. The rulers of the time tried to respond. Suppiluliuma II fought the Sea Peoples. Egyptian pharaohs built fortifications and sent armies to defend their borders. Local kings wrote desperate letters asking for grain shipments or military aid. But the problems were too large, too widespread, and too interconnected. No single battle could solve them. No single treaty could restore stability. The gathering storm was not a single event but a process. It unfolded over decades, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. Each year of drought, each raid by the Sea Peoples, each succession dispute in the Hittite court added to the pressure. By the end of the 13th century BCE, the world of the great Late Bronze Age kingdoms was beginning to unravel. The pressures on the Late Bronze Age world did not arrive all at once. They built slowly, year after year, until the weight became too much to bear that known as the Gathering Storm. By the time Suppiluliuma II sat on the Hittite throne, the empire was already showing signs of strain. He inherited not only the crown, but also the burden of defending a kingdom surrounded by threats. Suppiluliuma II is remembered as the last known king of the Hittites. His reign was marked by constant challenges. He fought naval battles against the Sea Peoples, an unusual task for a Hittite king since the empire was not traditionally a naval power. The fact that he had to take to the seas shows how serious the threat had become. The Sea Peoples were not content with raiding small villages. They attacked major cities and disrupted the trade networks that connected the entire region. One of the most important cities affected was Ugarit, a wealthy port on the Syrian coast. Ugarit had long been a hub of trade, linking the Mediterranean with the inland kingdoms. Merchants there dealt in copper, tin, textiles, and luxury goods. But as the Sea Peoples grew bolder, Ugarit found itself in danger. Letters discovered in the ruins of the city revealed desperate pleas for help. The king of Ugarit wrote to his allies, asking for grain and military support. He reported that enemy ships had been sighted off the coast and that his people were terrified. These letters are haunting because they show the collapse happening in real time. The king of Ugarit begged for aid, but the help never came. The Hittites were too weak to protect him. Egypt was too far away and too burdened with its own problems. Ugarit was eventually destroyed, its palaces and archives burned. The city never recovered. The fall of Ugarit was not an isolated event. Across the eastern Mediterranean, cities that had stood for centuries were abandoned or destroyed. Archaeologists have found layers of ash and rubble in sites from Anatolia to Canaan. The destruction was widespread and, in many cases, permanent. The trade networks that had supported the Late Bronze Age economy collapsed. Without trade, kingdoms could not get the copper and tin needed to make bronze. Without bronze, armies could not be equipped and tools could not be made. The very foundation of society began to crumble. For ordinary people, the crisis was devastating. Farmers faced repeated crop failures due to drought. Merchants lost their livelihoods as trade routes became unsafe. Soldiers were called to fight enemies who seemed endless and unstoppable. Families were displaced as cities burned. Refugees moved from one region to another, searching for safety and food. The sense of security that had once come from living under powerful empires was gone. The Egyptian records from this time also tell a story of struggle. Pharaohs after Ramesses II faced the same Sea Peoples who had attacked the Hittites. Inscriptions describe battles fought on land and sea. One famous account from the reign of Rameses III, slightly later, describes how Egypt fought off a massive invasion. The sea peoples came with ships and chariots, bringing their families with them. They were not just raiders, but migrants seeking new lands to settle. Egypt managed to repel them, but the cost was high. The Hittites were not so fortunate. Suppiluliuma II fought bravely, but his victories were temporary. The empire was already weakened by internal disputes and famine. The drought that gripped Anatolia made it difficult to feed the population. Grain shipments from Egypt and other regions were requested, but they could not meet the demand. Starvation spread, and with it came unrest. The letters from Ugarit and other cities show how interconnected the Late Bronze Age world had become. A shortage in one region quickly affected others. When Anatolia suffered drought, Syria felt the impact. When the Sea Peoples cut off trade routes, Egypt lost access to vital resources. The system was global in its own way, and when it began to fail, the collapse spread everywhere. The unraveling was not only economic and military, but also cultural. Palaces that had once been centers of administration and art were destroyed. Writing systems that had been used for centuries disappeared in some regions. In Greece, the Linear B script vanished, and with it much of the record of Mycenaean civilization. In Anatolia, the archives of Hattusa were lost when the city was abandoned. Knowledge that had been carefully preserved for generations was suddenly gone. For the people who lived through it, the collapse must have felt like the end of the world. Imagine being a scribe in Ugarit, carefully recording trade agreements only to see the city's archives burned. Imagine being a farmer in Anatolia, watching your fields wither year after year. Imagine being a soldier in Egypt, hearing rumors of entire cities destroyed by enemies you had never seen before. Each person experienced the crisis differently, but together their stories form a picture of a world falling apart. The unraveling also changed the balance of power. The Hittite Empire, once a rival to Egypt, disappeared completely. Egypt survived, but it was weakened and never regained the same level of influence. The Mycenaean kingdoms of Greece collapsed, their palaces abandoned. The great trade networks that had connected the Mediterranean were gone. In their place came a period of isolation and decline. Historians call this period the Late Bronze Age collapse. It was one of the most dramatic turning points in ancient history. Entire civilizations vanished, and new peoples rose in their place. The Sea Peoples settled in parts of Canaan, where they became known as the Philistines. Assyria, which had been growing in strength, eventually emerged as a dominant power. But the world of the 13th century BCE, with its great empires and vast trade networks, was gone. The unraveling was not caused by a single factor. It was the result of many pressures happening at once: drought, famine, invasion, internal conflict, and economic collapse. Each problem made the others worse. Together, they created a storm that no kingdom could withstand. The story of the unraveling is a reminder of how fragile complex societies can be. The Late Bronze Age world was advanced in many ways. It had writing, trade, diplomacy, and monumental architecture. But it was also vulnerable. When the systems that supported it began to fail, the collapse was swift and devastating. For modern readers, the letters from Ugarit and other cities are especially powerful. They show the human side of the collapse. Kings begging for grain. Merchants reporting that ships had not arrived. Families fleeing from burning cities. These voices from the past remind us that history is not only about kings and battles, but also about ordinary people caught in extraordinary times. By the end of the 13th century BCE, the unraveling was well underway. The gathering storm had become a reality. The great powers of the Late Bronze Age were no longer secure. Their palaces were vulnerable, their armies stretched thin, their people hungry and afraid. The world was changing and nothing could stop it. The final phase of the gathering storm came quickly. What had begun as cracks in the system turned into a full collapse. By the early 12th century BCE, the world of the great Late Bronze Age kingdoms was gone. The Hittite Empire was the first of the great powers to vanish. Suppiluliuma II fought bravely against the Sea Peoples and against famine, but his victories could not save the kingdom. The capital, Hattusa, was abandoned. Its palaces, temples, and archives were left to decay. The empire that had once rivaled Egypt simply disappeared from history. Smaller Neo-Hittite states survived in parts of Syria and Anatolia, but the great empire was no more. The abandonment of Hattusa was a dramatic moment. For centuries, it had been the center of Hittite power. Its archives contained thousands of clay tablets recording treaties, laws, and religious rituals. When the city was deserted, those archives were left behind. Archaeologists have found them buried in the ruins, a silent record of a vanished world. To the people who fled, leaving their capital must have felt like the end of everything they had known. Egypt survived longer, but it too was weakened. Ramesses III managed to repel a massive invasion of the Sea Peoples, but the cost was enormous. Egypt's resources were drained, and its influence abroad declined. The pharaohs who followed struggled to maintain control. The once mighty empire entered a long period of decline. In Greece, the Mycenaean kingdoms collapsed. Their palaces were destroyed, and their writing system, Linear B, disappeared. For centuries, Greece entered what historians call a dark age, a time when population declined, trade diminished, and knowledge was lost. The great palaces of Mycena, Pylos, and Tiryns were abandoned. The people who remained lived in smaller villages, with fewer resources and less connection to the wider world. Across the eastern Mediterranean, cities were destroyed or abandoned. Ugarit, once a thriving port, was gone. Alalak, Hazor, and many others met the same fate. The trade networks that had connected the region for centuries were broken. Without trade, economies collapsed. Without economies, armies could not be supplied. Without armies, kingdoms could not defend themselves. The cycle of collapse fed on itself. The human cost of this collapse was immense. Refugees fled from burning cities, carrying what little they could. Families were separated. Farmers abandoned their fields. Merchants lost their livelihoods. Soldiers who had once defended powerful empires now wandered without masters. The sense of order and security that had defined the late Bronze Age was gone. For those who survived, life changed dramatically. In many regions, writing disappeared. Without scribes and palaces to support them, the knowledge of reading and writing was lost. In Greece, centuries passed before writing returned. In other regions, local scripts replaced the older systems, but much was forgotten. The collapse was not only political and economic, but also cultural. The loss of writing meant that much of the history of this period is hidden from us. We rely on the few records that survived: letters from Ugarit, inscriptions from Egypt, and the ruins of cities. These fragments tell us of famine, invasion, and desperation, but they also remind us of the resilience of the people who lived through these times. The collapse also changed religion and culture. Temples that had once been supported by royal patronage fell into ruin. Priests lost their power. In some regions, new gods and new rituals appeared, brought by migrating peoples. Old traditions were forgotten, and new ones took their place. The cultural landscape of the eastern Mediterranean was transformed. The collapse of the Late Bronze Age is sometimes compared to the fall of Rome many centuries later. In both cases, a complex system of trade, politics, and culture broke down. In both cases, the collapse led to a period of decline and isolation. But the Late Bronze Age collapse was even more dramatic because it affected so many regions at once. The reasons for the collapse were many. Drought weakened agriculture. Famine created unrest. The Sea Peoples attacked from the sea. Assyria pressed from the east. Internal disputes weakened kings. Trade networks broke down. Each problem made the others worse. Together, they created a storm that no kingdom could withstand. Yet, even in the midst of collapse, there were survivors. Egypt endured, though weakened. Assyria eventually rose to dominate the region. The Phoenicians, descendants of the Canaanites, built new cities and became great traders. The Israelites emerged in the highlands of Canaan. The Philistines, once part of the Sea Peoples, settled along the coast. Out of the ruins of the Bronze Age, a new Iron Age world began to take shape. The memory of the Bronze Age did not vanish completely. Stories of great kings and battles were passed down through generations. In Greece, the legends of the Trojan War may reflect memories of the Mycenaean world. In the Bible, references to the Hittites and Philistines preserve echoes of this time. In Egypt, inscriptions celebrated victories over the Sea Peoples, keeping the memory of the struggle alive. Before historians, the collapse of the Late Bronze Age is both a tragedy and a mystery. It is a tragedy because so much was lost: cities, knowledge, and lives. It is a mystery because we still do not fully understand why it happened. We know about drought, famine, invasion, and internal conflict, but the exact combination of causes is still debated. What is clear is that the collapse was sudden, widespread, and devastating. The gathering storm reminds us of the fragility of human societies. The Late Bronze Age world was advanced in many ways. It had writing, trade, diplomacy, and monumental architecture. But it was also vulnerable. When the systems that supported it began to fail, the collapse was swift and catastrophic. For the people who lived through it, the collapse must have been terrifying. Imagine being a farmer in Anatolia, watching your crops fail year after year. Imagine being a merchant in Ugarit, waiting for ships that never arrived. Imagine being a soldier in Egypt, hearing rumors of entire cities destroyed by enemies you had never seen before. Each person experienced the crisis differently, but together their stories form a picture of a world in decline. The collapse also had long-term consequences. It marked the end of the great empires of the Late Bronze Age and the beginning of a new era. The Iron Age that followed was different in many ways. New peoples rose to power. New technologies spread. New cultures emerged. But the memory of the Bronze Age lingered, a reminder of what had been lost. The story of the Gathering Storm is not only about destruction. It is also about resilience. People adapted to the new realities. They built new communities. They developed new technologies. They created new cultures. Out of the ruins of the Bronze Age came the foundations of the world that would follow. The collapse of the Late Bronze Age is one of the great turning points in history. It ended an era of powerful empires and vast trade networks. It began a period of decline and isolation, but it also set the stage for the rise of new civilizations. The Gathering Storm was both an end and a beginning. Today, the ruins of Hattusa, Ugarit, and Mycenae remind us of this time. The clay tablets, inscriptions, and artifacts that survive tell us of a world that was once rich and connected. They also tell us of its sudden and dramatic end. The Gathering Storm is a story of fragility, resilience, and change. It is a story that still speaks to us today. By the early 12th century BCE, the world of the Late Bronze Age was gone. The great empires had fallen. The trade networks had collapsed. The writing systems had disappeared. But out of the ruins, new peoples and new cultures emerged. The Gathering Storm had passed, and a new age had begun. The story of the Hittites is a powerful reminder of how fragile even the mightiest civilizations can be. They built an empire that stretched across Anatolia and Syria. They signed the first known written peace treaty in history. They stood as equals with Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria. Yet within a few generations, their empire was gone. Their capital was abandoned. Their archives were left to crumble. Their name survived only in scattered references until archaeologists uncovered their ruins thousands of years later. When we look back at the Hittites, we are not only studying the past, we are also holding up a mirror to ourselves. Every great power believes it will last forever. Every empire builds monuments to its glory. Every ruler imagines that their achievements will stand the test of time. But history shows us that nothing is guaranteed. The Hittites remind us that even the strongest kingdoms can fall when storms gather. That is why learning about these lost empires matters. It is not just curiosity. It is not just entertainment. It is a way of understanding how fragile human societies can be and how resilience, adaptation, and cooperation are the keys to survival. If you have found this journey into the world of the Hittites fascinating, then you are exactly the kind of person I created this channel for. I believe that history is not a dry list of dates and names. It is a living story filled with drama, triumph, and tragedy. It is the story of people who lived, dreamed, and struggled just as we do today. That is why I invite you to join me on this journey. Subscribe to this channel, and you will never miss an episode as I uncover the forgotten corners of history. Each video is crafted to bring the past to life in a way that is clear, engaging, and meaningful. When you subscribe, you are not just clicking a button. You are joining a community of people who believe that history matters. You are joining others who want to understand the rise and fall of civilizations, the choices of leaders, and the resilience of ordinary people. So let this be your invitation. Subscribe now. Hit the notification bell. Join us as we continue this journey into the forgotten corners of history. Together, we will bring the past to life. Together, we will honor the memory of those who came before. Together, we will learn, reflect, and grow. The Hittites remind us that no empire lasts forever. But they also remind us that memory can last. Their clay tablets, buried for centuries, still speak. Their treaties, carved into stone, still inspire. Their story, once forgotten, is now told again. By subscribing, you become part of that act of remembrance. The final blow came swiftly and catastrophically in the years around 1180 BCE. For decades, the Hittite Empire had endured pressures from every side. There had been succession disputes, economic strain, and the constant threat of the Sea Peoples. But the greatest danger came not from armies or politics, but from the skies above. The gradual climate shift that had begun earlier in the century culminated in a devastating multi-year drought. Tree ring data from Anatolia tells the story with chilling clarity. For 3 consecutive years, the rains failed. Crops withered in the fields. Rivers shrank. Wells dried up. For an empire built on grain, this was an apocalypse. 1 year of crop failure could be absorbed. 2 years would bring hardship. But 3 years in a row meant famine on a scale that no kingdom could endure. The Hittite economy depended on agriculture. Grain was the foundation of everything. It fed the people, supplied the army, and supported the tax system. When the harvests failed, the entire structure of the empire began to collapse. Starvation spread through the countryside. Families abandoned their farms in search of food. Villages emptied. Hungry refugees crowded into the cities, overwhelming their resources. The famine also destroyed the empire's finances. Without grain, there were no taxes. Without taxes, the royal court could not pay officials or supply the army. The great Hittite army, once the pride of the empire, could no longer be fed. Soldiers deserted. Garrisons were abandoned. The borders, once defended by chariots and fortresses, lay open to attack. The social fabric of the empire unraveled. Hunger breeds desperation, and desperation breeds unrest. Local revolts broke out as people fought for survival. Nobles who had once been loyal to the king began to look after their own interests. The authority of the central government weakened. The king in Hattusa could no longer command obedience across his vast realm. The collapse of agriculture also forced mass migrations. Populations that could no longer survive in the drought-stricken heartland moved outward in search of food. These migrations created chaos across the region. Neighboring kingdoms suddenly faced waves of hungry refugees. Some of these groups may have joined the Sea Peoples, adding to the pressure on coastal cities. Others may have turned to raiding, attacking villages and caravans to survive. Whether it was the Sea Peoples who delivered the final push, or local enemies who simply took advantage of the chaos, the result was the same. The great capital of Hattusa, once the center of a world power, was abandoned and burned. The fire was so intense that it baked the clay tablets in the royal archives, paradoxically preserving the empire's records for us to find thousands of years later. The destruction of Hattusa was not just the fall of a city. It was the end of a civilization. For centuries, the Hittites had been one of the great powers of the Near East. They had fought Egypt to a standstill at Kadesh. They had signed the world's first peace treaty. They had ruled over vast territories, commanding armies of chariots and building monumental temples. Now, all of it was gone. The collapse of the Hittite Empire was part of a wider catastrophe that historians call the Late Bronze Age collapse. Across the eastern Mediterranean, empires and cities fell. The Mycenaean kingdoms of Greece were destroyed. The great city of Ugarit was burned. Trade networks that had connected the region for centuries broke down. Writing systems disappeared in some places. Populations declined. It was one of the most dramatic turning points in ancient history. But why did it happen? The drought explains much, but not everything. Climate change created the conditions for collapse, but it was the combination of factors that made it unstoppable. Famine weakened societies. Migrations created instability. Raids by the sea peoples destroyed cities. Internal conflicts undermined governments. Each problem made the others worse. Together, they created a storm that no kingdom could withstand. For the Hittites, the drought was the trigger. Their empire was already fragile. The royal family had been plagued by disputes. The economy was stretched thin. The army was powerful but expensive to maintain. When the harvest failed, the system could not cope. The empire collapsed from within, leaving it vulnerable to attack from without. The archaeological evidence supports this picture. At Hattusa, the destruction layer shows signs of fire and abandonment. In other Hittite cities, similar patterns appear. Some were burned. Others were simply deserted. The population seems to have scattered, leaving behind the monumental architecture of a vanished world. The baked clay tablets of Hattusa are one of the great ironies of history. The fire that destroyed the city also preserved its records. Without that fire, the tablets might have crumbled into dust. Instead, they survived for thousands of years, waiting to be discovered. Thanks to them, we know about the treaties, the laws, the prayers, and the daily life of the Hittites. The destruction of their empire gave us the chance to remember them. For the people who lived through it, the collapse must have been terrifying. Imagine being a farmer in Anatolia, watching your crops fail year after year. Imagine being a soldier in Hattusa, waiting for rations that never arrived. Imagine being a mother in a village, trying to feed your children as famine spread. The collapse was not just a political event. It was a human tragedy. The collapse also changed the balance of power in the region. With the Hittites gone, Egypt lost its main rival. But Egypt too was weakened by the same forces. The sea peoples attacked its coasts. The drought reduced its harvests. The pharaohs of the 12th century BCE struggled to maintain control. The Assyrians, who had been growing in strength, eventually emerged as the new dominant power. The Late Bronze Age collapse was not the end of civilization, but it was the end of an era. The great empires of the 13th century BCE were gone. In their place came smaller kingdoms, new peoples, and new cultures. The Iron Age began, bringing new technologies and new ways of life. But the memory of the Bronze Age lingered, preserved in myths, legends, and ruins. The collapse of the Hittite Empire remains mysterious because we cannot point to a single cause. It was not just drought, or famine, or invasion. It was all of these together, interacting in ways that we still struggle to understand. That is why historians continue to study this period, piecing together evidence from archaeology, texts, and science. Each discovery brings us closer to understanding what happened, but the mystery remains. The story of the Hittites is a warning. It shows us how fragile even the mightiest civilizations can be. It shows us how quickly power can vanish when the systems that support it fail. It shows us that climate, economy, politics, and war are all connected. When one collapses, the others may follow. And yet, the story is also a reminder of resilience. The Hittite Empire fell, but its memory survived. Its tablets were preserved. Its name was remembered in the Bible. Its ruins were rediscovered. Today, we can tell its story again, learning from its triumphs and its failures. The mysterious collapse of the Hittites is not just ancient history. It is a lesson for us all. The fall of the Hittite Empire was so complete that for 3,000 years the world forgot them. Their great civilization, which had once rivaled Egypt and Assyria, was reduced to scattered mentions in the Old Testament. To later generations, the Hittites were little more than a shadow, a mysterious people whose true story was lost in the dust of Anatolia. When Hattusa was abandoned and burned, the silence that followed was profound. The once bustling capital with its temples, palaces, and archives became a ruin. The people scattered. The empire's name faded from memory. Unlike Egypt, which left behind pyramids and hieroglyphs, or Mesopotamia, with its ziggurats and cuneiform, the Hittites left little that was immediately recognizable. Their stone walls were swallowed by the hills. Their clay tablets lay buried, unseen. For centuries, travelers passed through central Anatolia without realizing what lay beneath their feet. Villages were built on top of ancient foundations. Stones from Hittite walls were reused in later buildings. The memory of the Hittites faded until they became almost mythical. The Bible preserved faint echoes. The Hittites are mentioned as one of the peoples of Canaan, neighbors of the Israelites. But these references were confusing. They did not match the scale of the empire that had once dominated Anatolia and Syria. For centuries, scholars debated whether the biblical Hittites were the same as the forgotten empire, or whether they were a smaller group that had survived in the Levant. The truth would only be revealed much later. The silence lasted nearly 3 millennia. The Hittites were gone, their story erased, their empire forgotten. It was not until the 19th century that the Hittites began to return to history. In 1834, a French explorer named Charles Texier traveled through Anatolia. He stumbled upon the sprawling ruins of a city near the modern village of Boğazköy. The site was vast, with massive stone walls, gates decorated with lions and sphinxes, and strange hieroglyphs carved into the rock. Texier realized that he had found something extraordinary, though he did not yet know what it was. Over the next decades, scholars debated the identity of the ruins. Some thought they belonged to the Phrygians, others to the Assyrians. The true answer remained hidden. It was only in 1906, when German archaeologists began systematic excavations at Boğazköy, that the mystery began to unravel. They uncovered thousands of clay tablets, written in cuneiform. These tablets were the royal archives of the Hittite Empire. The discovery of the tablets was a turning point. For the first time, the Hittites could speak for themselves. The tablets contained treaties, laws, prayers, myths, and letters. They revealed the inner workings of a great empire. But there was still a problem. The language of the tablets was unknown. Scholars could read Akkadian, the diplomatic language of the ancient Near East, but the Hittite language itself was a mystery. The breakthrough came in 1915, when a Czech scholar named Bedřich Hoznu announced that he had deciphered the Hittite language. By comparing the tablets with known languages, he realized that Hittite was an early form of Indo-European, the language family that includes English, French, Greek, and many others. This discovery was revolutionary. It meant that the Hittites were not a distant, unrelated people, but part of the same linguistic family as much of Europe and India. With the language cracked, the world of the Hittites came back to life. Scholars could now read their treaties, their royal decrees, their myths, and their prayers. The Hittites were no longer a myth. They were a real civilization, with a rich culture and a powerful empire. The rediscovery of the Hittites was one of the great triumphs of archaeology. It showed how entire civilizations could vanish from memory, only to be brought back through patient research and discovery. It also showed how fragile history can be. If the fire that destroyed Hattusa had not baked the clay tablets, they might have crumbled into dust. If Texier had not stumbled upon the ruins, they might still lie buried. If Hoznu had not cracked the language, the tablets would remain silent. Today, we see the legacy of the Hittites in many ways. They were pioneers of international diplomacy. The Treaty of Kadesh, signed between the Hittites and Egypt, is the earliest known written peace treaty. Its principles, mutual defense, extradition of fugitives, and recognition of borders, echo in modern international law. A copy of the treaty hangs in the United Nations headquarters in New York, a reminder that the search for peace is as old as civilization itself. The Hittites were also innovators in warfare. They perfected the use of the chariot, turning it into a weapon of mass impact. Their armies were disciplined and organized, capable of facing the might of Egypt on equal terms. They also developed advanced fortifications with massive stone walls and gates that still impress visitors today. In government, the Hittites created a system that balanced royal authority with the power of nobles and assemblies. Their laws were detailed and humane for their time, often preferring fines over harsh punishments. Their kings ruled with the support of councils, showing an early form of shared governance. Culturally, the Hittites were a bridge between worlds. They absorbed influences from Mesopotamia, Syria, and Anatolia, blending them into a unique civilization. Their myths preserved stories that later appeared in Greek mythology. Their religion honored a vast pantheon of gods, reflecting the diversity of their empire. The Hittites are no longer a myth. They are a testament to the heights a civilization can achieve, and a chilling reminder of how fragile it can all be. Their story, once buried in the dust of Anatolia, proves that even the greatest powers can be forgotten, just waiting for history to uncover their secrets once more. The rediscovery of the Hittites also changed how we think about history. It showed that the past is not fixed. It can be lost, and it can be found again. It reminded us that there are still mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Just as the Hittites were forgotten for 3,000 years, there may be other civilizations still hidden, waiting for the right moment to return to light. For modern audiences, the story of the Hittites is both inspiring and sobering. It inspires us with their achievements, their diplomacy, their laws, their art, their resilience. But it also sobers us with their collapse. It shows us how quickly greatness can vanish, how fragile human societies can be, and how easily memory can fade. The Hittites remind us that history is not just about the past. It is about the present and the future. By studying their story, we learn about ourselves. We learn about the importance of cooperation, the dangers of conflict, the fragility of systems, and the resilience of people. We learn that peace is possible, but it must be protected. We learn that power is temporary, but memory can endure. The rediscovery of the Hittites was not the end of their story. It was the beginning of a new chapter. Today, archaeologists continue to excavate their cities. Scholars continue to study their tablets. Museums display their artifacts. Tourists walk through the ruins of Hattusa, marveling at the Lion Gate and the Great Temple. The Hittites live again, not as rulers of an empire, but as teachers of history. Their story is a reminder that even when civilizations fall, they are not truly gone. They leave traces, in ruins, in text, in myths, in memory. And when those traces are found, the past comes alive again. The Hittites, once forgotten, now speak to us across the millennia.